Greetings and welcome to Solid 10 D&D. My name is Bug. Your dungeon master for this afternoon, midday, tonight, whatever it is, wherever you are. Today I am joined by the wonderful people here on the screen for a very special one-shot. This is going to be Stories from Truistria, the Ember Crown. Now, this might seem a little different because I'm in the hot seat now. I know Mr. DM is usually here, but he is here with us, technomancing in the ether. You might hear his voice disembodied from here and there. but before all of that, I'm going to talk about these wonderful people that I'm joined by. Tonight we are joined by the lovely Roddy as Draxel Cindershadow. We have the lovely Sage as Little Draco Spellstone. We have Fallout as Nev Gainsborough, Phoenix as Rose Duskborn, and Ghost as Thorin Stonehelm. How are you guys doing?
Ooh. Outstanding.
Good. Excited.
Oh, it feels so strange being on this side. Not a bad strange though. Not a bad strange. Before we get to meeting these lovely characters that these people are playing, we're going to get through some announcements for Solid 10. First and foremost, us here at Solid 10 are working on some custom dice made for Solid 10 versus Solid on the 10 point, and we are in the fundraising process to get this started. So if you would like to join in on that and help support us, you can go over to our website and make a donation. Any donations of $10 or more will get a discount on your own set. And if you want to support us in any other way, while you're there, you can always become a member to our website. There are some free perks, but there are multiple tiers that offer multiple wonderful options. You can also get a chance to play in one of these one-shots if you wanted to. Like I said, while you are checking out there, you can check out many more things, more details of how to play with us. You got special one-shots just like this. We have a play-by post on our Discord channel. If you're not there, you can check that out. You can either interact with the play-by post or you can watch it as it plays out. See how that unfolds. All the drama, all the things. I think we're stuck camping right now. In our play-by post. Oh, this is going a lot faster than I expected. We are also doing a giveaway today and rolling for it during our break. So if you haven't entered yet, be sure to do that. You can use the Solid 10 Oons points to enter into that giveaway. We'll be rolling something from our merch store, and you can snag some snazzy merch from our wonderful shop. You can also put your name in the hat an extra time if you happen to use the D20 dice roller and roll a Solid 10. But only one additional entry per person per stream. So if you keep rolling and you roll another 10, huzzah for you, but you only get one extra entry. Mr. DM is streaming Baldur's Gate here and there from time to time, so be sure to catch that during the week. Show him some support as he experiences the clutches of the Absolute and the companions everyone swears they can fix, except Karlek, because she is precious and deserves the world. Might be a little biased. Another new show coming soon to Solid 10 is Solid 10's Table Talks. We, the players, will get together to discuss the previous session. You, the watchers, can make Twitch clips of any moment during the stream. You can also do it tonight if you'd like, and we'll be able to discuss it during Table Talks. Currently, we don't have a starting date yet, but we are still working on it, and we'll be announcing it soon. So you can bother us, or we can bother you guys for an hour and answer some questions. Now, at this point, during the announcements, usually Mr. DM would pass it to me for Merch Corner, but now I get to pass to Mr. DM from the ether.
I'm not
Mr.
from
DM,
either. I'm
can
there. You can see me. Hello.
Can you tell us what's going on with the merch store and what is Twitch gifting?
Oh, Twitch gifting. So we have a couple new things in the shop from our last Stories from Truistria. Mind Goblins became a thing. So there is a Mind Goblin t-shirt and a decal. We have some of our older merch, all the character names. We have the character image shirts, decals. There's all kinds of stuff. Poster, candle, hoodie that lots of people have and love. I think there's a beanie. Oh, there's a hat that I'm wearing. Super comfortable. Twitch gifting is when we're live, you're able to go onto the store and buy stuff for people in chat. Not sure how it works, because it hasn't happened yet. I think there's a bot that pops up and does stuff. One day we'll see. I think that... Oh yeah, I forgot about that. With our goals, if it's a follower goal, a subscriber goal, or a bits goal, if we complete it, we will gift a decal to chat. And we can test it out and see how it works. So we've got to hit our goals. I think we're on the way there already. I think we just do one of those per stream for now. What else do I have? Oh. If you look right below me, we're doing luck points, but we're doing it in a pool this time. For 100 bits, you buy a luck point. Holy crap. I think we hit our goal. So for 100 bits, you can buy a luck point, and any of the players can pull from the pool to re-roll a dice. A d20. So let me see if I can figure out Twitch gifting while you guys continue on with your stuff. Hopefully my audio is okay. I didn't do anything to it. But
Yeah, that's good on this side.
I may pop up later. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. Thank you, Mr. DM. We're gonna go down the line and meet some of our characters. So we're gonna start with the wonderful Roddy. Tell us about Draxel and what can we expect from lovely Draxel tonight or this evening.
I have got to stop making characters in alphabetical order. This being first thing is getting old real quick. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I am Roddy, or Rottweiler 1242. I am playing Draxel Cindershadow, who is a male tiefling rogue. New character for me to try. Just to give you kind of a quick little backstory, I did write one for him, so I'm going to make it short, sweet, and to the point. I like making these backstories, and this one was interesting. So his life began in the shadows of a bustling trade city where merchants spun tales of wealth and prosperity. As a tiefling orphan with light purple skin, he was abandoned at birth and left to wander the alleyways and hidden nooks of his hometown. He quickly learned that trust was a luxury only the wealthy could afford, wealth gained through cunning theft or ruthless manipulation. Fueled by desperation and resentment towards those who had cast him aside, Draxel honed his skills as a rogue amidst the shadows. As he grew older, he became more adept at pilfering from the rich underbelly of society, the noble families whose riches were acquired through deceitful dealings just like his own. His right eye bore a patch after one particularly doomed escapade with rival thieves. It reminded him daily that weakness could not be tolerated in this treacherous world. With striking white hair cascading around his angular face adorned perfectly by red irises that glimmered with malice beneath their dark veil, he exuded both allure and danger, a perfect blend for someone stepping confidently into chaotic exploits driven by ambition alone. At 40 years old, he flourishes independently among rooftops far above street level squabbles while amassing treasure beyond imagination, even amidst tempests wrought from others. To fuel immaculating power behind every heist carefully constructed throughout turbulent nights within shadowy corners, alleys, sought out only fallible souls steered off course much like himself. The true essence lives unfulfilled inside, yearning purely for vengeance on unseen forces which once discarded him entirely. Unsuspecting victims observed vividly below will soon find what nightmares await when ignoring whispers uttered softly between silent breaths before dawn breaks anew over the town's horizon. And you have Draxel. Cinder Shadow.
All right, noted. Okay, all right. Is that all for you
Good
for
luck.
now?
For now.
Okay. Up next is the lovely Story Sage. Story Sage, where can we find you? Tell us a little bit about Little, and yeah, how's that going? What can we expect tonight or this afternoon?
Well, I guess we're kind of on this journey together. I always love like playing new types of things. Although I am a sorcerer, so which is one of my favorite classes. So I'm excited to play it in 2014. But yeah, Little is just like a little old rock gnome, lots of family, probably like a couple 100 years old, but he is he is spry for his age for sure. You would not know looking at him that he is like super old. Yeah, he's just really excited. He's been probably it's pretty rare for gnomes to like travel, but he's just been kind of traveling around for a really long time. Probably hasn't been home in way too long, just like trying to discover the secrets of the universe. He was a sage and kind of a tinkerer, so loves just getting his hands dirty, really.
Okay. All right. Where can we find you?
Oh, you mean
Your channel, anywhere.
yeah, it's Story Sage. It's STORI Sage on Twitch, and then you can find all my socials there.
Okay. All right. Well, up next is the lovely Nev Gainsborough, played by Fallout. Seems a little familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah. So Nev was in a past one shot, but unfortunately, I died. Actually, during that one shot, and had to abruptly leave. So I'm like, you know what? She wasn't really shown. So here's hoping it goes better this time. There's a whole name. So we have Nev, Augustus Folia de Montaigne's Gainsborough the Fifth. She's a fancy bitch, a bit of a bitch, but I like to believe she's got a heart of gold, and hopefully she makes it through this one. You can find me here on this channel. Hopefully. They keep me around. They think they adore me. I like to think.
Yeah. Only days that end in Y. Up next. Up next, we have the lovely Phoenix as Rose Duskborn. Tell us about Rose and where to find you.
Well, I'm on Blue Phoenix RPGs. I play RPGs. Eventually, I'm going to be doing D&D as well. But it'll be at a different time. It's going to be kind of in the middle of the day for most of us, like in the US, Canada area. So if you work, you probably won't be able to catch any of my stuff except on VODs for D&D. But yeah, so Rose Duskborn is a dwarf, but she's a little bit of a scrawny-ish kind of dwarf. You know, lean muscles, not really bulky muscles. Who knows? There could be halfling in her lineage somewhere. You don't know. I don't know. You know, lean muscles. But yeah, so she's a cleric. Parents died young, classic tragic backstory. I've steered away from the classic tragics. Usually I go excessively tragic, or I go like, recently I've done some nice ones where there's nothing negative. So I went with classic tragedy this time. Why not? But yeah, so she is traveling right now, looking to recruit some people that are interested in being clerics at her temple. But yeah, that's basically it. Entertaining people, trying to get them to see the positives of, you know, serving and being a cleric. So
Doing a
that's
thing.
Rose.
Doing a thing that Eros told you to do.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, and last, but certainly not least, we have Ghost as
Hello.
Thorin Stonehelm.
How are you today? I'm Ghost. I run a little YouTube channel called Ghostlight XC. You can find me there, Ghostlight XC, and on Twitch under the same name. Today, though, I'm going to be playing Thorin Stonehelm, and I'm really excited about him. I've never played a barbarian before. Just the look that you all have created for him has made me really base it on my older brother. Just a little rough around the edges, big into drinking, big into fighting. I feel generally unprepared after all of y'all's synopsis, breakdown, backgrounds. But Thorn was born to a long lineage of stone carvers, like building great monuments and depicting these large battlefields, raised in like a mountain stronghold. Like he learned the family art. He expected to grow up to be an artisan, but the call for battle was just too much. So he went out to sort of carve his own legacy, as well as like a name for himself, and sort of become this folk hero among the dwarves of the Crimson Crag. He gained renown playing this rampaging cave troll his first time out, and he sort of rested on those laurels ever since, going from village to village and tavern to tavern. So I'm really looking forward to it. I've never played a barbarian, and hopefully I don't mess it up. And I'm trying to get out of my head because like my face on the screen is like this big. I feel like I'm feeling very seen right now.
It'll be fine. We're all here to have fun. The dice will tell the story, and we will guide them. Is everybody ready? Are you ready to enter the Ember Crown? Unless we have any other announcements, I think it's time to get into some solid 10 D&D. Welcome back. Seated in the heart of the Monodurg Mountains is the heart of the dwarven civilization. The city of Crimson Crag and the seat of the dwarven queen, Rosalind Thane. Queen Rosalind has invited you all here for a very special mascarade ball to welcome in the beings from all over Truistria to the Red Mountains. You have all arrived via carriage from the closest port town as the carriage enters the city. You see the palace as it sits tall against the dark red stone and tall amongst the mountain peaks, separated by two grand walkways that lead from the city built into the red rock. The sky behind the peaks projecting shades of deep purple and pink, casting a warm evening glow over the town. The streets down which your carriage teeters along is bustling with townsfolk, dressed in various forms of dress and undress. We never know how we like to party here. Some covered in dirt, and some dressed to the nines with masks in hand. The carriage continues along the city street until it pulls around to a grand outside front staircase that leads up to the large set of obsidian doors to the palace. The carriage pulls gently to a stop, and a few moments pass as the carriage rocks with the shuffling weight of the driver stepping from the seat out front and opening the carriage door and peering in. The dwarven fellow you've all come to know as Tanis peers into the cabin. He looks at you all, raising his big bushy eyebrows. Well, we've arrived, and your escort's here. Thank you for riding with me, and I hope you have a wonderful time. He leans back out and holds the door open for you all. Who goes first?
I'm definitely gonna go first. Little
All
is
right.
super curious about the palace and is just gonna go ahead and step out and just kind of admire.
Okay. Paint us a word picture of how Little is dressed up for this event.
So Little is dressed in kind of a typical gnomish fashion in the sense of like his clothing is very embroidered, very kind of like intricately designed, has some beading and jewelry. You know, he's got these like large kind of pointed ears that are just completely decorated with jewelry. He's wearing rings on his fingers. And yeah, I would say he's dressed pretty much like in the picture that you see above. He is the dark-skinned, handsome gentleman. He is very bald, so he's like always wearing this hat. It's like the one feature he's like super nervous about. So I can imagine him just kind of like peering around, maybe tugging at his hat a little bit.
Okay. Is he already donning his mask, or is his mask in hand?
I think he would have it off. I think he'd be like holding it, maybe even like nervously kind of messing with it.
Okay. All right. As you step down from the carriage, you see Tanis holding the door, his big bushy eyebrows raised at you, and nods his head. Who exits next?
I'll exit next.
All right, Draxel. Paint us a word picture too. How is Draxel dressed in his Day finest?
As Draxel steps out, he is a 6 foot tall tiefling, purple faced horns, and his dress is his casual black and red dress attire with a white puffy collared shirt underneath. Also, puffy shirt. As painted in the picture below as well, or above. Excuse me, mine's above. Also holding his mask off to the side with his fanciest black eye patch on his right eye.
Okay. All right. You exit, and the first thing you clock is just the swarms of people. And not just dwarves. There's halflings, there's gnomes, you clock first another tiefling. You see all kinds of people dressed up, swirling robes, fine dresses, long sleeves. Some are wearing their mask already. Some have them in their hand, walking to the tall obsidian doors as they are greeted by guards. You step down and step to the side. Who's next?
Lots of fancy pockets here.
Okay, I thought that maybe Thorn was gonna have some difficulty working his way out of the carriage, but he'll squeeze through the group and step off the carriage. And as he does so, he just sort of like takes a deep breath in. He very much feels like this is his home, though he hasn't been back in many, many years.
How is Thorin dressed up?
Thorin is dressed the best that he can look. He's not one for donning very formal wear, but he feels like he's got his cleanest shirt on with some nice leather strapping he thinks is fashionable. He doesn't have much as far as formal wear is concerned, but he is carrying an ornate axe. He feels is like that's his form of dressing up. He has this very ceremonial yet still functional axe that he carries around. It's his dress axe.
Okay.
He's got his mask sort of cinched to his belt. He hasn't put it on yet.
Okay. Hannes looks at you and he nods his head. Last two in the carriage.
Rose has been sitting there breathing slowly, trying to mentally just prepare herself. You know, she's not like a super charismatic person, but you have to be charismatic during these events, and you have to talk to people that you don't know. So she's just been, as people are walking off, slowly calming her nerves, and she steps out and looks around to an unfamiliar place and all the people around her. She's holding her mask. She has not put it on yet. She is dressed in mithril plate. It's a full mithril plate. Very, very nice, polished, you know, it has to be fancy, but I mean, she has to show that she's a cleric, you know. So it has a shield, very ornate, kind of matches her warhammer. Probably has a nice cape on that's kind of like hooked to it, you know, and trying to add some color. But yeah, so she's shiny.
A beacon. All right. You notice as you step out, of course, Tanis nods his head to you. In front of you, up the grand staircase at the top, is a gnome looking in, or not a gnome. There are gnomes, but a dwarven fellow of blonde hair and thick beard, kind of lost in a book. You see you also clock that the other tiefling. But there's only one right now that you can see, and he is sweeping up the staircase in just a tall beam of just grace. You notice this as you walk out. And last left in the carriage, exiting now.
Or am I? No, Nev will come out with her mask on. She's kind of antisocial in a sense. There's too much. There's people out there in the crowd, and she's like, she comes out with the owl mask on, and she like adjusts her leather gloves and puts them like behind her back. She's got some sleek, very much so what she's wearing in the picture, kind of like battle leathers, but they're fancy, and she looks regal. But it's hard to tell what's going on in her head because she's got the mask on, and that little bit, I know. Fucking slam my knee into the desk. Anyway.
As you exit the carriage, you bump your knee on the on the carriage door. And Tannis goes, "Oh, watch your step. Watch your step."
Yes, yes, thank you. So,
Of course, of course. You're all finally standing before the grand staircase. Tannis shuts the door gently behind you, and he gives another nod. As I said, I hope you have a wonderful time, and hope the morning doesn't find you too early. And he turns around and he hops back onto the carriage and he starts to clip clop away. As I said, at the top of the staircase is, you all notice this, a dwarf dressed in fine clothes of gray and red that fit him snugly. His blonde hair is windblown and a very well-groomed beard. You begin to make your way up the stairs, and he glances up at you over some very small oval uh, spectacles at the end of his nose. And he closes the book and he places it under his arm as he addresses you.
Greetings, welcome guests. I am
Hello?
Ernesto Corby, and will be your liaison during your stay in Crimson Crag. Let me take a moment to impart some knowledge so you don't seem foolish. 1,000 years ago, the fathers and mothers journeyed from deep within the Monadurgs, the mountains around us, and founded the great city of Crimson Crag. Over time, the population grew, and the clans were formed to oversee all parts of dwarven life. The clan Fardane oversees blacksmithing, tools, and armor so that we might continue to build and always have the means to protect ourselves, should the peace treaty with the Dragonborn ever be broken. The Tomac specializes in carving these great mountains and digging deep to find the minerals the Fardane clan needs to craft. The Kieran clan venture out and hunt beasts and monsters of our lands for sustenance and protection. They brave the Fungalok Moor to forge fungi, for we cannot survive on meat alone. They are our representatives to the Hunters Guild, protecting us from the wilds, providing nourishment for our people. The Runeweaver clan, the clan to which I belong, are masters of knowledge in art, magic, and histories. We tend the great library of the Ember Crown, our scribes learning and protecting the ancient secrets, so we might not make the same mistakes of the past. It provides our school of magic, Bromrick's bastion with all its materials, and last but not least, the Stone Wardens, Clan Kragal. They are the true protectors, guards within the Ember Crown and the armies posted through these mountains we call home. It was on their backs the great Dragon Bear War was won, pushed back to their coastal capital of Kemper. They are not to be trifled with, answer only to their clan leader and our queen. When a regent should pass into the great unknown, the clan leaders vote amongst themselves to establish our new regent. And with the will of our people, they are crowned. You are all honored guests of Queen Rosalind Thane, formerly of Clan Tomac. Do well to enjoy yourselves, but I must warn you, do not act as fools. I am at your service should you have or need to ask questions. We have but a moment.
Do you know we can get a drink?
Yes, there are beverages and food inside.
A pint then. Look at
And after my own heart, a drink I shall have.
Little is gonna say, you guys are worried about drinks? Drinks at a time like this? We're here witnessing history right now.
Can't witness history on an empty stomach and no drinks in your body.
It's gonna be a historic pint, I tell you that.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
Yes, I do. I do have a question. What did you say the names of the three clans were again? I don't want to forget them.
Foolish already. There are 5 clans.
Oh, my bad. I was taking notes incorrectly.
There's Clan Fardane. The blacksmiths.
Okay.
Clan Tomok. The miners, I guess. Craftsmen.
That's the only one that matters.
There's the Kirin clan. The hunters. The gatherers. The Runeweaver clan. The one to which I belong. Knowledge seekers. And then the Stone Wardens. Clan Kregal. The guards and the army.
Well, thank you very much.
You're most very welcome. If there is nothing else, then let's move along, or we'll be late.
Whatever
Guess we're
you
headed to Samael, then.
As Ernesto turns, almost with a flourish of his book, and he pushes his spectacles up a little bit, he leads you up to the line of people entering the door, which has died down a little bit. Again, this mix of people, elves, gnomes, tieflings, some human. You see now just the array of colors and golds, reds, blues, purples, silvers, masks of all kinds, wooden, some metal, some seem to be carved of some other material. You see masks of boars, rabbits, eagles, squirrels, and so many more. The line leads to the large doors you saw from the carriage, and the guards stationed there are taking invitations. You see those who aren't wearing their mask already adorning them as they approach the guards. You hear people whispering of, I hope Queen Rosalind, I hope she has her favorite rum in today. And someone will respond of course she always has to have her finest rum. You approach the guard, and they're dressed in whites and silvers. Some of them are one's wearing a hood with embroidery across it with a mask, but it's not close to his face. It folds down from the hood itself, and you can see through the holes of his mask as he reaches out a hand holding his staff quite tightly, just kind of waiting with a hand out for the invitation as you guys walk by. Is there anything that you guys would like to say or do to the guard before you enter this grand archway? Or shall we continue?
Thorin's gonna slowly bring his mask up to his face and put it on in hopes that nobody recognizes him.
Oh, all right.
Rose also puts on her mask and just kind of like waves at the guard. Makes note of like, you know, his attire, dress, etc. Just trying to scope out how this area is protected during the event, you know.
I gotcha. The guard take your invitations, and you've all been shown to adorn your masks if you haven't already. They sweep you through the doors, and as you walk in, it seems to be a foyer of some kind. The ceilings are tall and carved of intricate stone. You see chandeliers cascade down from the ceiling. The people ahead of you seem to almost gawk if they're not dwarven already, taking in the stonework around them. The hall or the foyer is lit warmly with with sconces on the wall, dimly lit but warm nonetheless. And you are pulled through to another set of doors that are thrown open. You enter ahead of you a grand ballroom. The tall ceiling is held aloft by huge pillars of stone that match the color of the red mountains in which the palace is built in. Ahead of you, at the head of the room, is a lifted platform that arches grandly. Behind the platform are 5 large furnaces roaring to life with fire. Over each is a banner with a symbol, one with a hammer and flames. Whew, sorry. Another with a bow and arrow. A third with a shield. Another with a thick book. And the final is a pickaxe embedded in stone. Placed like a beacon in the center of this platform is a beautiful throne of shining black stone that match the grand doors through which you entered. Sitting atop this throne, at its apex, is a grand gem of gleaming fire red that glows from the firelight of the forges behind it. It casting a warm red glow in beads of light throughout the chamber. And Rose, you notice this as it reflects off of your breastplate. Very, very warmly lit. The red glow is almost stark. All around you are the droves of people through which you entered with. The air is filled with the scent of perfumes, fine foods, and rich wine. Ernesto guides you in and steps to the side. And I ask you at this time, what would you all like to do?
Well, first, Rose would like to say, well, look at that. I'm as red as a rose. As the red reflects off of her armor. And then she steps in.
One would say you're mighty shiny coming inside here, huh?
Well, yes, of course. I haven't really figured out her accent, so y'all are just gonna have to work with me on that. We'll figure it out together.
Work in progress.
Yeah. I tried like 12. I don't really like any of them.
Oh. You see, in the middle of the room on the dance floor, you see some halflings just going at it, dancing along to the sound of the band in the corner, or the lone bard in the corner that you notice. A half-elven man is standing in the corner, plucking on the lute. You see the bar immediately to the left with big casks on the end of them that say Strum Rum.
I had to refresh because the map wasn't up, but now I can actually.
Sorry.
Oh, how about that drink you were talking about?
All right, let's go.
Sounds good to me.
You see there
Rose will
already.
look back. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you just grab that first because they already went over there.
As you sweep across the stone floor, you see another guard standing there against the pillar, kind of just watching. He is wearing another white dove mask, one that is strapped to his face. He nods to y'all, and already there, kind of working the keg, trying to get a tankard of their own, is another dwarf. They are kind of dressed in browns and reds as well, and they're turned away from you, kind of butting with the spout.
Thorin's gonna kind of walk up and be like, "Do you need a hand?" And sort of give the tank a fist bump right above the tap.
Okay. Roll a strength check for me. First roll of the night. Okay. So you see him he's futzing with it, and as soon as you hit it, it's just a waterfall of ale, of that warm sight that you've grown so close to and so fond of, and it's frothing quite nicely. And he goes, "Oh, thank you. I appreciate your help." And he goes,
Solving problems, that's what I do. I'm gonna put I'm gonna grab a tankard and grab some ale as it's pouring out, because I don't know if it'll stop at this point.
You get a tankard, and he's able to tighten the faucet back. It's a few dribbles on the floor, but not much. It's, quite the event.
I'm gonna sip it like nothing happened. Aye, it didn't get any less stuffy in here, that's for sure.
How familiar are you?
A little.
All right. And he turns and he sees you, Draxel, and he goes, "Oh, forgive me. I didn't see you there."
Kind of hard to miss big, tall person standing here, but we'll let it slide.
You got it. And he kind of swirls
Drax-
away over to the
Drax
food.
will go over and fix one for himself as well. Just how I like my ale. Shaken, not stirred. Thanks.
So while you guys are getting drinks, what were you gonna say, Rose?
Rose is gonna turn and look to Little, because I'm assuming that she's noticed Little being excited and then kind of nervous and then excited again throughout the carriage ride and on the way up and stuff like that. So she's gonna turn, and say, "Well, it's time to experience history. Want to dance?" And like hold out her hand to Little.
Little is definitely taken off guard.
Disregard me.
Little wanted to experience it.
You're not wrong. That's so cute. No, Little is taken off guard. No, I love that. And kind of like looks around almost as if like he's afraid he's gonna miss something by like being in the moment instead of like observing something. But then he kind of like looks back to Rose and is like, it's his gnomish nature to be like, he's just friendly and enjoying the moment. And so he's like, yeah, okay, as long as you let me talk about the history of this throne room. I don't know if I know anything about it.
Make a history check.
Okay. Hold on, let me roll. No!
You think you remember a story of some kind where the stone was enchanted to form this way. It all seems so almost oddly arcanely natural, if that makes any sense. To your gnomish brain, it makes so much sense. It was formed by wizards and sorcerers, just like yourself. It was created to show the force, and the forges in the back of the room always lit. They never go dark.
Oh my god.
Well, of course you can tell me anything.
Okay. So I heard this story once, all right? And it's obviously true, right? I've done all of this research, and obviously being a
He
sorcerer,
grabs
I have
Little
some...
and starts pulling Little towards the dance floor as Little's
Yeah.
talking.
Little is just kind of like, now that Little is just like blabbing and has opened his mouth, he just is totally pliable. He would probably go anywhere with you and not even notice.
So you two go and you make your way to the dance floor. You pass the halflings that are just absolutely getting it on this dance floor. All right. You see
Rose is
another.
not gonna dance like that. She has full plate
That's okay. You can dance however you want.
in the arms.
You can dance if you want to, but don't leave your friends behind. So Nev, you're standing there in the doorway, next to Ernesto Corby, and another guard with a hood that's got the drop-down cloth mask.
Ned's gonna like shift and be like, I'm much too sober for all of this. I'm going to join those two at the bar and get some drinks. And just awkwardly adjust her gloves and head over there.
Before I continue, Little, can you see the map?
Yes. Wait.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yes. Aha.
Okay.
So I'm switching between like 5 screens as I take notes.
You're
I'm sure
okay. You're okay.
more chaotic.
I have kept moving things around. As you guys move to the dance floor, Nev, you go over and you see Draxel and Thorin grabbing their tankards and having a small conversation. You saw that other dwarven man leave. And you are able to walk up and get a drink if you'd like. Rose and Little's getting it on the dance floor. As a matter of fact, I need you two to roll, how do I want to do this? Roll a performance check for me.
Can I get advantage since I'm not trying to go crazy in my plate?
I'll say you don't get disadvantage.
Okay. Well, that plate doesn't give disadvantage because it's mithril. All right, so we'll do performance with my -1.
I would say I'd catch you, but I think I'm like, 5 times smaller than you, so.
Did I write down how tall she is? Yeah, she's 4'2".
Oh, okay.
How tall is Little?
Like 3 foot.
3 foot. Okay. All right. Not bad. Not bad. So you
Yeah.
guys, I imagine Rose is just doing a little shoulder shimmy over there. And Little is just going to town.
Yeah, it's
About-
like Irish. It's like Irish tap dancing or something.
I presume still going on about the
Oh, yeah.
room and everything. Okay. All right. You guys notice from your place on the dance floor at the very top of this head of the room, the raised platform ahead of you, you see another dwarven woman. She's dressed in white and dark armor. Like she has like a little bit of armor around the chest plate. It's a fine dress, but almost adorned with armor, if that makes sense. An armored dress, if you will. She has a cape on her shoulders that has some fur around the neck. Her fiery red hair is swept to the side and braided, and it falls down over her shoulder. And on top of her head is a black crown with spires that almost seem to match and mirror the way that the forges behind her are adorned. On her face is a dark silver and black mask that looks kind of like a badger. And she has a golden and silver goblet in one hand, and she's kind of just swaying. She looks like she's having a good time, and behind her is another dwarven fellow, kind of just standing quietly, his hands clasped in front of him, kind of zoning out a little bit. But yeah, that's what you see from the dance floor.
Rose is listening because it's rude not to listen. So she's listening. She's listening to Little talk about how the fire never stops burning and stuff. So,
I don't know. I feel like Little is like very ADD, so I feel like as soon as like, you know, we're in a weird I don't know. We're like an amalgamation of dances right now, so we're just gonna say there's a twirl involved somewhere. And
Absolutely.
so like as Little as Kai and Rose are like kind of twirling, and he just catches and kind of sees the queen, and his eyes just go this big, and he's like, Rose, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
are you trying to be quiet?
One of the halflings boogies past you and be like, she's been up there having a good time. And just keeps going.
Well, it's good to have a good time whenever you put on an event like this. Yes, I see. What do you know about her?
Are you asking this to the halfling?
A little.
Oh yeah. I feel like I should be like pulling facts out of my brain, being a sage and all. I don't know. I guess should I?
I mean, if Little doesn't know, the halfling could always hear and then tell. But she's asking Little because
Based on your history check from earlier, from what you would have studied, probably getting this invitation, be like, oh, I've got to brush up on everything, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay. You probably have done as much research as you can. You know that Queen Rosalind is kind of newly into her reign. Only about 10 years, maybe. But based on what you know from Ernesto, is that she's formerly of Clan Tomac, which is the Miners Guild and the Craftsmen's Guild. But that's about all you know. And based on what you can see from the dance floor, she seems to be very much holding on quite tightly to that goblet. You see a little bit of a slosh come out of the goblet as you do another twirl, and it kind of falls on the dress a little bit. She's like, brushes it away. But still she's kind of jamming up on the platform. But that's about all you know.
Okay, so Little is going to tell Rose that those little like just general facts, but then the last part of what he's gonna say, and he's like, "But are you watching her? Look at the way that she drinks that goblet and the way she holds it, and that look in her eyes. I know I've studied the form, and I know exactly what an alcohol looks like." And she is for sure an alcoholic. Listen, I'm so sorry. I don't even know. I just feel like Little is like conspiracy theorist kind of.
I mean, maybe she has to be to, rule, lots of decisions.
That makes so much sense.
What do you think? She'll turn to the halfling.
Me? She seems to really like ruling, I think. Listen, I'm not from around here. I'm just here for a good time.
Oh. Are you having a good time?
And then they'll do like another shoulder shimmy, and it's absolutely.
All right. Go back to dancing.
Yeah. So from the dance floor, we cut back over to Thorin and Nev and Draxel as you're standing there with your tankards, kind of just watching the scene. You kind of see Rose and Little doing a little twirl around the dance floor. You see Ernesto kind of walk around watching, very observant, kind of sometimes burying his face back into a book. you see the immaculate feast over to your immediate left, and people picking out food. So what are y'all doing?
Not a bad place for a party, I suppose. Too many people, though.
You and I are in agreement there.
It'll clear out soon enough. And Thorin has 2 tankards of ale in his hands at this point.
Double fisting, huh?
He's preparing to
Drink.
walk away from the table when he feels like he needs to be prepared.
Drinking a little heavy there, friend?
Just getting warmed up.
Nev, could you ever so kindly roll a perception check for me? Nev.
Yeah. Perception.
Okay. All right. As
I'll
your
be
people
perceiving.
watching, as your people watching, of course, like I said, you see Rose and Little on the dance floor. You see the halflings around them, absolutely going to town. Maybe a little bit of Vogue, going on. Some robot arms. What's a robot? And to your left, standing, almost kind of glancing over the food, you see a woman, a half-elven woman. You can see the fine points of her ears from behind her mask. She is dressed in a deep emerald green with gloves that go up to her sleeve, to her bicep. She is wearing gold jewelry, and her mask is a green, almost looks like a sea snake. But something's familiar about her, and the way that she carries herself.
To me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Nev is gonna go investigate and just kind of slip off from the dudes. Without even saying a word, that's just her.
Okay. You see, she kind of holds a plate in one hand, one gloved hand, and you notice now, like, her blonde hair is curled and piled high upon her head with a curl that one singular curl that cascades down over her shoulder. And she turns to you, and oh, hello.
Anything good here?
There's ham, some fish, if you like fish. Some ribs. Lots of options, actually. While we're here, I need you to roll a history check for me.
Me?
Yes.
Okay. Let me get my mouse in this reading. History. Oh boy, +2. Okay. It's just a number. That's my lucky number of the night.
Not bad. As soon as you hear the voice, you recognize it, and a memory triggers that a few weeks ago, whenever you were on that fated mission to go check out a mansion. This is Lady Evelyn, the one that gave you the task.
Oh shit. Lady Evelyn?
Oh. Do forgive me. Life has been quite crazy as of late. Remind me your name again.
It's Nev. Nev Gainsborough.
Of course. How are you, my dear?
That day was kind of a blur. I'm still not sure what happened and what was happening, but I think I'm better now.
That's good to hear. I know I didn't see you upon return, so I'm glad to see that you're all right.
Yeah, I woke up one day and I wasn't there. I'm like, oh, well, shit. That I hope everything was resolved. All right.
My husband is. We've laid him to rest, of course.
Oh, God,
Um,
sorry.
it's quite all right. I'm making amends with it. But it's good to see you, and I hope you have a wonderful time here.
Charmed.
And she kind of goes off on a small tangent, talking about her Keel and Crown company a little bit, kind of just absent-mindedly. And then I'm gonna cut back to Thorin and Draxel.
Thorin is gonna look to Draxel and sort of point to the food table and start to bake his way to that in that general direction. And just behind Neve.
All right, I guess food it is. Drink first, then food. Got it.
There's an order to things. As he gets behind Nev, he's gonna be like, that looking a little awkward.
It's just my face. It's covered by a
He's good.
mask.
Smooth, real smooth.
Thorin's gonna nod in agreement and reach down and grab some ribs with his bare hand and start.
Just full on.
Full on posted it.
Now he has 2 tankards in one hand because logistics.
Your hands are getting full there, my friend.
So is my belly.
And that it is. This meat is falling off the bone. It is wonderfully smoked and seasoned, and the sauce on it is to die for. You get a little bit on the bottom of your mask, and you kind of like.
I imagine it getting this all over his beard as well.
Saving it for later.
Like, wiping his face with his bracer.
This other dwarf over here who has a plate and has like started picking ribs and slicing a little bit of the ham off of the body. He kind of he kind of nods to you again, and he makes his way back around.
Thorin is gonna look at Draxel and be like, half with his mouth full. Oh, I smell something.
Well, you do have a nose, friend. I hope you do smell, but no. He does seem a little awkward, doesn't he?
I thought this was a party.
Draxel's gonna look around. It is a party, but not much socializing going on.
I think Thorin's gonna.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. No, I say
No, go
Thorin's gonna feel like maybe he's overstepping and like he's gonna put some of the rib down that he's already like tore into. Gonna just put it on the table and start to wipe his hands on his pants.
Half-eaten rib.
Nev
Um,
like catches that out of the corner of her eye and just like takes out a handkerchief and just like hands it back to Thorin while continuing conversating with Lady. She's like wiping on his hands. Like, ugh. Ugh.
And he's gonna dab the corners of his mouth but miss the entirety of his beard and hand it back just covered in barbecue sauce.
No, you can keep.
Do you
that.
want this back? It's
No.
it's gently used.
I have more. No. Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna shove it into like one of his leather straps.
Consider it the fanciest thing you own.
Draxel will see this and kind of like repeat to himself, I kind of take that back. You are a small bit awkward.
I am a wee bit. It's true.
Around this time, you see the half-elven bard fellow kind of just making his way, plucking on a lute. walking around. The halflings have migrated. Rose and Little, while you guys are still twirling around the dance floor, busting a move, doing a little jig, you now notice right off the dance floor, to the side is a gnomish fellow, dressed to the nines, absolutely just decked out, and he wears a crown on his head, a gold crown. His face is obscured a little bit by a mask itself, but a thick white beard. His hair kind of puffs out just a little bit out from underneath the crown, but it seems to like he's tried to tame it. And he's sitting in a chair that doesn't match any of the other furniture around. And he's kind of got it turned to where he can kind of like watch not only those at his table who he's lightly conversing with, but you also see he's kind of just watching the room, and you see some other gnomish fellows at the table with him.
Do you know anything about him?
I take a lot of notes, so if I'm ever like pausing and I'm supposed to be speaking, that's why. I would love to. First of all, if I perceive them, well, we do. But then what? Like, if I recognize him at all, especially considering like my gnomish like history?
You do. This is King Mortimer of Winkham. He is the king of the gnomes.
Oh no! Sorry, I'm like terrified now. Okay, this is kind of random, but like, what about the I really want to know about the chair that he's sitting on.
Yes.
It looks like a throne, like a little bitty throne. And it seems to match the outfit that he is wearing. Almost like an accessory.
Oh my gosh. That is so genius. Do I know, is there like a
history?
Like, I'm sorry if this is random, but is there like a story? Do I know anything? Like, is he rumored to always carry a chair around him to match his outfits? Like,
From what you know of King Mortimer he normally stays to his castle and the city of Winkham. He's a little weird. Yeah, and he seems like absolutely the kind of person that would just bring his own chair. So he can sit at any time wherever he wants. Cause I mean, for a gnome, he's up there. You don't know quite how old, but he's up there.
cool. Good to know. Thank you for humoring me.
Of course. He has always kind of had stories, and you might have heard the news from Winkham of recent events that his jester was killed. And there were some odd events going on in Winkham, but it seems to have kind of quieted down a little bit. But he seems to be watching everybody, and it kind of, yeah, that's about what you know.
All right, so Little is just gonna stop. There's no, like, nothing else now exists. Little forgets that he's dancing. He just loses all sense of everything, and he's just like staring at the literal king of the gnomes. And I think he's just like frozen. Like, he just doesn't know. He's just like totally immobile for a moment.
Rose like looks around and then like grabs Little's like hands and like, we're gonna go over here, okay? And pull Little and you know, sit Little down on one of the chairs and then sit next to Little.
As you do this, Rose, you notice, as you kind of clock where Little is staring, and you look over and you see this gnomish fellow sitting in a chair that doesn't seem to match any of the other furniture. And he is kind of like in a typical old man fashion. His legs are crossed, his hands are clasped, and he's doing the little, thumb roll, kind of just watching the whole room. And he sees you, and he kind of just nods his head, and he goes back to watching. So he clocks you, and he sees Little, and then he nods his head, and he goes back to watching.
As soon as he nods to her, she will try to get her most like formal stance, like she's grabbing Little's hands and like, oh. And then so she kind of like squares off to this person that was allowed to bring his own chair to this other, like this queen's gathering, so, and just kind of like, does like kind of a bow, but kind of a curtsy. She's in full plate, so it's more of a, she just bow, she just kind of way more of a bow than he nodded, like at least like 3 to 4 times, like what he did. And then she goes back to grabbing Little's hands. Although she won't sit Little here, because Little's obviously looking at the king, so she'll pull Little around this side and like that Little in a chair, that chair, so that Little can still see. Actually, Rose wouldn't block the view, so that Little can still look at the king. And then, do I know who this is?
Make a history check.
Okay. Ooh, an 18, so 21.
Okay, absolutely. You can tell also by the big crown on his head that he is of royalty. He's the king. He's the king of the gnomes, and he's kind of a big deal. You might have also heard in recent events, things are odd, small, strange happenings. You might have also heard the story of something happening in his court the last couple months. So it kind of connects why he's sitting in a chair of different different fashion. And now he's like, oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So she'll look to Little. Is Little still staring at the king?
Yo, yeah. There's no blinking, just like full on stare.
Deer in
So,
headlights.
Like, take Little a little bit and kind of lean in, but like, do you want me to go get you some drink?
Little is like, what? Yeah, yeah.
Hey, stay.
Walked in.
She's like, I don't know. She doesn't know if Little is like listening fully to what she's saying, because she doesn't think so. So she's like one words, like drink, stay. Like that's all Little can handle right now. Is how she feels. So she'll go and I guess get some drink, but she doesn't know what Little wants. So she'll probably get like ale and like water, like Little can't tell her this now. Like
Right about this time, as you're standing there trying to think through all of this, a servant walks by and is holding a plate with champagne flutes, and some of them have bubbles in them and some of them do not. Some of them have like a tinge to them and some of them seem clear.
okay.
And it's a dwarf dressed in grays and purples, and he kind of swings around with all the flourish that he can muster. Can I get you a drink?
Actually, yes. Can I have one of each? Oh, no, 2 of
Absolutely.
each.
Absolutely. You see, you take 2 of each in each hand, and he kind of like reaches across his waist and pulls out some napkins. And
Nice, nice.
for you, my dear.
Thank you very much.
There's also food over there, and be sure to say hello to the clan leaders. That'll be quite a grand time. And he kind of just sweeps away. Like, before he's even done finishing, like, his sentence, he kind of just sweeps away with the
Okay.
silver tray on his hand, doing tricks and stuff.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Rose will hold the 2 like in front of Little's face. You know, like which
To
one?
break the connection.
Which one do you want?
I feel like the sight of alcohol kind of like snaps Little back into, and instead of taking one of them, he just takes both of them and takes like the clear one and then the sparkly one and just like totally downs both of them at once.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So the champagne is a light kind of floral, a little bit more floral than usual than what you've tasted, and then the clear one is just water. Watered down champagne. You gulp it. A little dibbles on your chin a little bit, but it absolutely it goes down quickly. And at this time, you've noticed that the king, after you're doing this, has started to. He has stood and is dragging his chair with him over to you. And he kind of just sits
What's
down.
Little gonna do now? Can
Good
I
afternoon.
slide the other champagne in front of Little that I got? I was like, here you go.
You're gonna need more than me.
She'll drink. She'll sip on the water.
The beard that is well groomed is thick, so you don't see much of a mouth, but you see it kind of wiggle a little bit, and he goes, "Good afternoon."
Little it is like whereas a moment ago Little was frozen, he's now like literally vibrating with energy. He's like, hello, my sorry, my liege, it's hello. I think he just doesn't know what to say.
You see the eyebrows kind of peeking out over his mask, and they kind of like raise up a little bit, and you see where you don't see much of a mouth, you can kind of see a little bit of a clearing of where a mouth would be, kind of like they kind of point up, and it kind of fluffs out a little bit. And goes, "Good afternoon, it's very good to see you. I see that you recognize that I am King Mortimer. Who might you be?"
Me? You're asking me what? I'm Little. I'm Little. Of course. Spellstone is my last name, my liege. How are you doing?
I am doing quite alright. I seem to still getting used to the surroundings. And you? What is your name? And he looks at you, Rose.
Well, my name is Rose. I already forgot my last name. Duskborn. Cleric.
I am Mortimer, King.
Yes. Are you enjoying your evening?
Of course. I've got the finest seat in the house.
Yes. Yes, you do.
It is some of these other gnomish folk seem to have traveled with me, but I'm quite surprised to see another. It is welcome sight.
Rose looks over at Little.
Y'all, this is making me heated.
Do we need to break for a second?
I feel like Little is gonna be be clutching on to the champagne glass that Rose kind of like slid across the table, and is just kind of like white knuckling it and pouring that energy into like clutching it as hard as possible. And like seems to like calm him down a little bit, and he's coming to terms with the fact that he's literally sitting in front of his king, and he's like, yes, my liege, I am a traveler. I'm a sage, you see. I have come to witness history tonight.
And experience it. Yes.
It is quite the night of history, yes. It is not very often that the dwarves open their doors, so it will be quite the night, I'm sure, Darties. And he kind of continues on, small talk. And at this time, we'll cut back to Draxel, Thorin, and Nev. Nev, at this time, Lady Kensington Ash has kind of finished her blurb a little bit, and she has kind of wandered off with her food, kind of way, and kind of sits at the table across from the lone dwarf close by. The other dwarf that was around that table has also grabbed his food and sat. So it's the three of you standing around a table, a half-eaten rib on a plate in front of you. What are you guys doing?
I had a plan. It's gone now. So,
Make a plan, have a plan, throw the plan away.
New plan.
fuck, I don't know.
If you had a plan, if it was to follow someone, you can say that at that time.
No, I'm just gonna
Okay.
just awkwardly just reach out and start munching.
You just
Everything's gone. Everything I ever had planned was gone. God,
are you just grabbing, like, just freehand, or do you think that you would have grabbed the plate?
where's the plate?
Right behind you on the other on the other table next to the fish.
Nev's gonna grab a
just-
plate.
Barehanding, like you got
No.
tankard and
No, Nev's too regal. That's hard. That's more hard. I hold the prince.
Thorn is taking a long sip watching Nev do all this.
Draxel is actually like turned away from them from the table and is looking up at the throne, eyes fixated on the big red gem on top, just thinking,
Hey,
damn,
hey,
that's a
hey.
pretty gem.
None of that. We're not stealing from fucking royalty, Draxel.
Nobody said anything about stealing. I was just admiring
You were
it.
thinking it. You were thinking it. Admiring it leads to thinking. Thinking
gotta pinch
leads to
something.
planning. Planning leads to action. And then action puts us in jail.
Sounds like a plan.
No.
If you're looking for something to pinch, you should go look at the gnomes over there.
Please, I need backup.
I'm definitely looking everywhere.
Thorn is trying to do his best to like figure out. Again, he's from here, but he's been gone for a while. He wants to like pay respect to the clan leaders, but he doesn't really know who they are necessarily. Is there anybody that he can pick out of the crowd that kind of jumps out at him, or is there any sort of symbols or anything?
Make a perception check for me, just to kind of see, because you're seeing, like, you can see like a general, pass over, but since you're looking for something, see how that roll goes. 22. Okay. So as you're glancing over, you see Rose and Little at a table with a very finely dressed gnome, kind of speaking. You
With
see
the best chair.
The best chair.
The best chair.
It's the chair that matches his outfit.
Best seat in the
Um,
house.
Best seat in the house, indeed. You see, over in the corner, a few tables from them, you see a elven fellow and the only other tiefling that you see in this party is kind of speaking, but you don't recognize any of them, and you notice the table immediately off the set of stairs. Where's my ping at? Where's my ping at? Kind of over here, you see a group of dwarves that all kind of seem to be wearing the colors of each clan, and you notice that the colors match that of the banners above the forges behind the throne. So you kind of think that, from what you recall, they kind of stay together, kind of talk a little bit at social events. So from what you can gather, you think that that's them. Did you see my ping?
I did. Yep. Yep.
Okay, awesome.
I think Thorn is just going to take note. I think he's worried about. He knows who he is as an individual, and he wants to reflect honorably among his family. So I think he's trying to like build up the nerve to be formal.
Gotcha.
By any chance, does Draxel notice anybody or know anybody at this little shindig?
Hold on, let me roll some dice. I don't know about no. It is very strange to see another tiefling amongst dwarves, from what you know of them. Everything that you've, kind of grown up knowing. You see some elven folk seem to be finely dressed. Of course, you see the halflings still getting it on that dance floor. They kind of seem to have lost a little bit of steam.
What
You see
would
a
they
lot-
have?
Who knows? They're like, we like to shindig, you know? I'm not sure that you recognize anyone, but you do pick out, there was the fine lady that Nev was speaking to a few moments ago that walked off to a table to sit by herself, or not by herself, but a less crowded table. The king sitting in his own chair, the queen up on the platform, Ernesto.
Poor dude.
Ernesto's kind of just chilling in a book. Occasionally, he'll look up over his glasses. When I say that the spectacles at the end of his nose are tiny, they're like little bitty. Like, how do you see through these things? It's kind of tiny. And that's about it.
Okay. Draxel or turn to Thorin and say, if it's all the same to you, I think I'm gonna go find a chair to sit and observe in.
As this is happening, besides you walk the half-elven bard fellow who's singing gently, plucking away at the lute. And he kind of just looks at you all and nods a head, and he winks to each of you. And he continues singing and continues upon his way.
That was slightly awkward.
Was he looking for a handout or?
I don't want to know.
Yeah, I mean, some questions are better left unsaid.
It's a strange, strange place.
Oh man, I think it did. Okay, I just had a computer issue and I think my camera may have disconnected because now I'm frozen on y'all's stream.
I see.
Uh,
Oh, is it?
the stream.
Okay, I think it cut up.
Back. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, y'all.
You're okay.
Good.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and start walking over to a table.
All right.
Boop. No, wrong side. Wrong side, Roddy. Use your brain.
Thorin is going to follow, but take the least convenient path through the dancing halflings.
Okay.
And,
As you do, the other dwarf that's on the dance floor, she is dressed in blues and whites. She's wearing a simple blue jay mask. And she kind of just, as you pass by, she twirls out of the way, and she extends a hand out to you to see if you'll take it.
Just kind of keeps his head down with his 2 tankards of ale in his hands. Struggling with the decision of what to do next because he has 2 tankards of ale in his hand. And he's just going to give her like a little bit of a nod and then slowly sort of sidestep away from the dance floor.
All right. She twirls away. Dev, you are left at the food table. Your companions have abandoned you in front of a ham.
Good job. But no, I didn't want to finish my conversation with you anyway. She just takes some food and she just grumbles to herself, and she I forgot my word. I'm losing my plot here. Just shambles over and fancy seeing new people here. Hello.
Yes. Go now.
Listen, no, I can't say. I would feel by the store.
Okay. As you sit, Lady Evelyn, who has kind of, she didn't take much food with her. She kind of just picking at her plate. Hello again. But next to you,
Yeah, again.
yeah. Quite fancy indeed. Sitting across the table from her are 2 other dwarves, one from the yay! I heard a sound in my ear. I got distracted. Across from you is a female dwarf dressed in greens and browns. She has her hair kind of braided back. Her face is covered by a mask that looks like a rabbit. It's got the big pointed ears over the head. And she's got the tankard in front of her. And next to her is the same dwarf, like I said, from the table earlier, who is just going to town on some ham. And the female dwarf goes, hello. To you, Nev.
Hello there. Is this the type of party where we introduce ourselves, or does that defeat the purpose of a mask? We need made-up names? I can make made-up names.
That choice is up to you, but depending on what you're here for, if you want to network, it's probably in the best interest of you to give your name out. If you'd like me to start first, I'm Sarsha. Saoirse McKinley.
Gesundheit.
Takes a deep swig.
Neville, extend a hand. Hello. I am Nev Augustus Foliote Montaigne's Gainsborough the Fifth. It's a pleasure.
Gesundheit.
Well met.
The gentleman dwarf next to you goes, I'm Jameis Doherty. And
Yes.
like through a mouthful of food is, you'll forgive me if I don't shake your hand.
Quite all right. I don't to touch your hand anyways. No offense. Awkwardly adjust gloves.
And he kind of just scoots his plate away, giving you the side eye through a mouthful of ham.
Nev's gonna like pick her chair up with her in it and just scoot further away from him and closer to Lady Evelyn.
Oh, is something wrong with your chair?
I'd say it has quite the attraction to you.
Like a magnet.
Milady. Her face blushes a little bit. And we're gonna cut back. Shift change.
Smooth, DM, smooth.
Yep. Smooth as a hedgehog. Little and Rose. You're sitting at a table. King Mortimer has kind of like, he's talked a little bit, kind of talking, just normal, like, oh, how's the weather? Talking about the Kingdom of Lincoln a little bit.
Oh, the travel here was great. The weather was good. You
Yeah.
know, looking for clerics. What about, in Winkham? Maybe I could take a trip there. Have anybody in mind?
I don't have anybody in mind, but we do have a temple out there to Eros, of course. And I'm,
That would be very nice to visit.
of course, visit anytime. Is Little kind of just still vibrating?
I feel so. I kind of want to ask him like a really like deep or sensitive question, but I don't know what I would ask him because like me, I don't know what I would ask him about,
Mm-hmm.
Like, so, some like Little asks uncomfortable questions. I feel like this is like the opportune moment for Little to
Oh,
like,
it could be about the court.
yeah,
The court incident. You could bring that up.
The dead jester. Do you ask him about the dead jester?
yeah, that's actually genius. What is gonna be? Linda's going to be like, so, my Royal Highness, I heard that you've had some trouble recently in your court, and I wanted to deeply apologize and offer my services. But of course, if you need my help, I would need to know details. But as you understand, being a sage gnome and coming from your country, I have some knowledge that may assist you if only you might answer my questions.
He kind of, he's like sat back, like legs are crossed, head kind of propped up on a bejeweled hand, and he sits for a second. He kind of just sits in the question that you asked.
She drinks the water and looks between the two of them.
And his eyes below or behind the mask scan you was kind of just like speaking, he was looking you in the eyes, but now has kind of seemed to take you in. I see. Uh, I. Of- I'm sure that it is not hard to hear about what happened. Um, it is always a travesty when you lose your court jester. Uh, the halls have been quite stale without him. I'm sure you can understand. Uh, Go ahead.
I feel like Little is gonna be very actually be like very solemn, especially because like I was I don't know, I was doing research on gnomes. I feel like Little is the kind of person who like really values humor, you know, humor and family and connection and community and that like positive attitude. And so I feel like Little would understand the true like the meaning and purpose and importance behind a jester's position, let alone like losing someone in your court. So I feel like Little is just kind of like looking at the king and seems to like slow down the way that he's speaking. And he's like, I truly am sorry for your loss. Sorry. I feel like he would say, you know, I'm truly sorry for your loss, my liege. There is nothing like losing what once gave you laughter and light and life. I don't know, something like that.
Okay. It is quite a comfort. You understand what it is like. It is always good to have a good joke. But when that is taken away from you, the room feels quite stale. At that time, thankfully, I had quite a good bit of help. You're welcome to visit at any time. I am looking for a new one. But your
Did I hear the bard that was like over there?
yes.
Is that part of Queen Rosalind's court or just some random bard?
Huh. I'm thinking. And my fur child is screaming at me.
I would assume if it were part of Queen Rosalind's court, might have like a certain like emblem somewhere or a certain style dress or colors to match the red gem or something. So
He seems to be just about like any other bard you've seen out on the road. He does not seem to be. He is dressed quite finely. Like from here, you can see the lights and the red gem glittering off of the gold embroidery and his fine coat, and his hair gleaming in the light seems to be, you know, he's quite dressed up, but it doesn't look like he fits in here. The style of his dress and everything does not match that of what style the Queen Rosalind up on the platform is wearing and what Ernesto Corby seems to be wearing. Seems to be a little bit different.
okay. But did she hear that bard? From
Playing?
whenever they were like singing and talking to, you know, and trying to passively wink flirt at people?
Yeah, he's playing music and has probably at this time made it around the dance floor.
Ah, okay. Rose will be like, well, I could call over that bard, maybe he would work.
He looks over at this man, because he's not court trained.
Ah, I see it would probably take a lot of time to do that.
Not something that I'm against training. It's just kind of like just squints his eyes as he watches the half-elven gentleman walk by. All right. I think it's at about time that You're welcome to visit my kingdom at any time. You're from there, but you are welcome to visit the palace at any time.
When I return home, I'll be sure to do that, and I'll tell you a joke as well.
By all means.
Oh, I meant when I visited, but I could tell him the joke now.
If you have one on hand, I could use it to get through the night. And he starts to stand up, but he's kind of doing it slowly if you think of one. But he is starting
No, I'm
to
not smart enough.
pick up his chair. He's starting to like pick up his chair and kind of like drag it with him.
Why does
Back
he not
away.
have people to like stand beside him? Like,
Who knows? Maybe he wants to carry his own chair. He's a strong, independent old man.
yeah, he is.
Hmm.
Rose will put her hand on Little's shoulder and be like, breathe. Did you see this second one I got you? It's scoot the other. I put it there. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah, no, I think Little was like holding it in their hands, and now like they finally are a little bit. So I feel like they would kind of probably drink that last like glass of.
Okay.
That same
Rose will look around and just kind of get a general kind of feel for people that she can see their faces, like personalities, whether they would fit in with her temple, maybe not, you know, like the snide looks or evil glances, like things like that she wouldn't want to bring into her temple. And then, you know, so she's just kind of keeping an eye out for a little bit.
Okay. Directly across from you at the table that King Mortimer returns to, you can see and you lock eyes with another gnome, who seems to be a little loose. Has a big tankard in front of them and is kind of he's kind of like slumped a little bit, and he sees you and he locks eyes with you and he kind of just and then takes a big he just kind of takes a big swig of a tankard. You can kind of see the other table in the corner. You see all dwarven folk dressed in different colors. One of them is wearing another one of those hoods that's got like the fold down mask. She's wearing dark robes, or they're wearing dark robes with embroidery all through it. You see the back of another gnome dressed in white and silver, kind of reflecting that of what the guards are wearing. And you can kind of make out another gnome bard. Nope. Words. Dwarf just across the table that is tawny skinned, is wearing like a wolf pelt across his shoulders. He has a wolf mask on. It seems to be of like metal, which you can make out the best of. But the rest of them are kind of like turned away or blocked by the table.
Okay.
You kind of gather that the dwarves seem to be deep in conversation. They seem to match that of the colors that they wear match the banners above the forges. And then the next table over is you have some elven folk seem to be deep in conversation, kind of pompous and kind of meh. They don't seem to be a good fit now.
Okay. She will talk to Little if Little talks to her again, like if Little gets their, you know, his voice
Yeah.
back.
Yeah. I feel like at this point the shock is like slowly subsiding into a new form of I mean, it's yeah.
Excitement, but
Yeah.
a little more passive.
Talk about experiencing history, right?
Did you want to write it down?
Yes, you know what's so funny is I literally was thinking about that before. I literally like had it in my character that little like keeps this notebook around and is like throughout the night intends to write these notes about things. So I actually feel like he's sitting there scribbling furiously about all the details about the king he possibly can. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Thorin, how's that ale and how's that rib?
Thorn is moved past the rib, is just finishing his last tankard, and he's just gonna put him on the table, and I guess here we go. He's just gonna stand up and beeline to the table of colorfully dressed clan leaders.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
He's on a mission, one that he feels like he has to he needs to succeed in. As he's walking through, does he see any drinks on the table at all?
You see not only drinks on the table, like other tankards, but you also like a server walks past you with a plate of champagne flutes.
He's gonna ignore the champagne flutes and just grab the random tankard from the table, kind of bumping into it as he does it, and then chugging that as well. And he's going to approach the table.
Okay.
Be like, sort of like adjusting his belt to make himself feel like he's more together.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to wait for a break in their conversation. Be like, I am honored clan leaders. May your halls stand strong, and your forges burn bright, and your kin prosper. I stand before you, a Stonehelm of the Tumak clan, not as a noble or a lord, as the son of the mountain, hewn from stone, and tempered by battle, bound by my people. He's gonna burp a little bit. By blood and oath. May the ancestors watch over this gathering, and may we drink to tales worth telling. As if it was a very poorly rehearsed thing to say to the leaders that like his mother told him he had to do. And then when he's done, he's just gonna take a breath and like nod, and then start to turn.
As you're doing this, you kind of lock eyes with one of them. He's a very sturdy dwarf, much like yourself. He has long, dirty blonde hair with metal beads in his braided into it, and beads that are braided into a thick beard as well. He is wearing a nicely embroidered tunic, but it's sleeveless. He wears van bracers, and he has like one of those, I don't know what it's called, so forgive me, but it's like a metal piece that covers just his belly, and it goes into a thick belt. And the van bracers are very like carved, and he has a mask of like it looks like a raccoon almost, and he stands whenever you finish, and he lifts a tankard to you, and he goes, "Onto you, brother." And he yells out, "Tomac clan!" Just bellows it throughout the hall.
Thorn's gonna respond in kind, like Tomac clan, like really loudly, because he doesn't really know what else to do.
Okay.
His tankard of ale is empty, but he's gonna like play at it like it's not.
Oh, I hope that.
You guys all hear this as this dwarf stands from his chair, almost knocking it over, and bellows it at Thorin. And but yeah, you guys all hear this.
The hell was that? Strange group of people.
Does Thorin actually know anybody? No, he's been away for a while, but
You might remember from a very long time ago that the gentleman that stood, his name is... Oh gosh, what is his name? Roll a history check for me.
oh, this is gonna be. This is right on brand, actually. Oh, it's not as bad as it could have been. I guess.
Okay. Gosh, it's like on the tip of your tongue, and you're like playing at the toast, and it's Randall. River. Rory. His name is Rory. Rory McInnes. And you know that he was a newly appointed clan leader at the time, whenever you left. But it has been quite some time since you've left.
And
But
do I
he is-
recognize him behind his mask?
Yes, he is hard to miss. While he is dressed finely, he does not quite fit in with the rest of the group, because while he does work with stonework a little bit, he also works with the mines. So probably a lot of his stuff is covered in a little bit of that like fine coal dust that gets everywhere. And you can see through the raccoon mask that it looks like, if you've ever seen a coal miner, they have that fine piece of coal like on their lids. And you can see it through the mask. So you kind of recognize him, yeah.
Thorn is gonna try to is gonna try to make that connection. Be like, McGinnis, is that you?
Aye, that it is.
He's gonna chuckle and be like, coming up in the world, are ya?
Absolutely. It's been quite a ride.
Where can a fella get something good to drink around here?
Good to drink? He kind of looks over and he lifts up the tablecloth and there's a keg underneath the table right next to his leg. He goes, I've got you. And he pours you a drink and he hands it back to you. And you take a swig of it and it is strong. Even for a dwarf, it's strong. It is pungent. You get a little bit of ale, of ginger in it, and then you get a little bit of it's a little bit of spice, which is odd, but it's good. It's so good, and
Thorn's
it
gonna
warms.
take a sip and just be like, oh, well, that'll put some hair on your arse, won't it?
Gotta have it for working in the mines.
Yeah, you gotta keep warm.
Gotta keep warm. While you're standing there, I need you to make a perception check. Draxel, what are you doing while he's walked over? You were sitting at a table together, and he walked away, or like beelined away, like just stood up and.
Am I making a
It's,
perception check?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You had said earlier that I noticed that there was another tiefling in the crowd, correct?
Correct. He actually seems to be sitting at the table to your right, and he is in deep conversation with an elven fellow.
Draxel is just gonna kind of like lean over and look at the other tiefling, and speak to himself. Odd. I've never seen another one like me before.
Now, this tiefling is not purple-skinned. This tiefling is kind of like a light pink, almost kind of like a red tinge, but almost pale pink skinned. And he has ram horns that kind of curl back in on themselves, and he's wearing a goat mask.
previous conversation before. Never seen a tiefling like that before. That's
Um,
that's an odd looking fellow.
Okay.
He's just gonna kind of like sit there and just stare and just kind of like read the room a little bit, but be like, I know no one here, no one to talk to, but a lot of fancy pockets around here.
Thorin, you notice at this time that across the table, everyone kind of seems to be watching you, but also still kind of light conversation. And you notice the light shift from the red gem, and your attention is immediately caught at the platform as Queen Rosalind steps forward, and she's holding a goblet in one hand, and she kind of raises it, and hello, please gather. And she kind of just stands there waiting for everyone to gather to the platform.
Well, Rose will get up, tap Little's shoulders because Little's probably still reading or writing or both, and kind of wave Little on.
I feel like. No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was done.
I was gonna say, I think Little would, as soon as like Rose like gets his attention and he notices what's going on, I feel like he would kind of like try to I mean, we're around the same size, so I think Little would try to like grab onto her and actually try to drag her as close to the front as possible to get the clearest view.
She'll let him drag her. She dragged him over to the dance floor and then over to the table, so I mean, fair play.
As you all gather, the clan leaders that are at the table in front of you, Thorin, they kind of stand, and they go and they stand along both sides of the stairway. Rory kind of like gives you a heavy pat on the shoulder, as a good friend would. And as you guys gather for this, we're gonna take a break.
Okay.
We're gonna take a quick break. As during the break, when we're gonna be getting things ready to roll for the giveaway, I believe, if that's right. Mr. DM, correct me if I'm wrong in the comments or not. I don't know. Crash and burned. So at this time we're gonna take a break, quick bathroom break. We're gonna be running some of our old memes from our TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, everything like that. Maybe a little ad. But we'll see you back in a few minutes.
What am I gonna do? I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I'm gonna...
Later.
Oh, no. Oh, that's terrible.
He tries to make eye contact with you. Close your eyes.
What?
Just don't make eye contact with him. Then you got nothing to worry about.
That I something in somebody's something. And if discovered, then someone will get something. I may have said too much.
What is that?
I thought you'd never ask.
I can't be bothered with that. I have no time for that sort of nonsense.
There shall be no knifing one another. Everybody knows who's in charge.
Me.
Right?
Yes.
You. Of course.
What the fuck is going on here?
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
This to me.
Out of love.
Key? What do you mean?
In order to defeat your enemy, you must become your enemy. And so I will become my own worst enemy.
It makes me feel like I have control over my own life. It gives me hope. Maybe I'll have one of my own someday. But I dream.
What do you want me to die? Because that's where I am.
Welcome to hell, mother...
I went from happy to angry. Skip said, now I feel like kicking his ass.
From this day forth, you put your faith in me. I can't do this anymore! I've been living a lie! The truth is, I'm lazy. Oh, it feels so good to be me again.
I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving.
I'm not fucking leaving!
How'd that get in there?
I said I'm not afraid anymore. Do you hear me? I'm not afraid anymore.
Here we go! Are you ready? It's all a 10D and D. Let's play. It's solid 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 10 D&D.
And we are back, but it's me! So, we are going to spin the giveaway wheel. I think I got everyone's name in from tonight. Since I'm sitting back in the ether doing a whole lot of laughing and nothing else. Had time to just kind of leisurely do it. Okay. So, I'm gonna spin the wheel, and then we'll spin another wheel to see what you win. Are we ready?
Yes.
All right, I guess we're ready.
It's my drum roll.
Here we go. Let's spin the wheel.
Oh.
Oh. Tech. Just barely. Just barely, Tech. It was almost small.
Oh, Tech.
All right. Let's see what you win. I mean, you're in her every time you can, and you're just rolling that dice. So I'm not surprised. You win the giveaway. Let's see what you win.
You won another giveaway.
Tick, 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 tick. Solid 10 decal. You're gonna have those things everywhere, dude.
Make it rain, solid 10.
Yeah. 10 million
There
displacers.
could be worse things.
Awesome.
Oh my gosh, all the displacer beasts. All of them.
Right on. Well, I guess that's the end of my phase for tonight. I may pop up later. I don't know. We'll see. I'm having a blast watching. Just, it's so weird to sit in the background, but I'm having so much fun. But I'll see you guys later. Okay, bye.
Okay. Back into it. Back into it we crawl. Alright. So before the break, Queen Rosalind had just approached the edge of the platform, overseeing everybody, and called everyone to gather. Slowly, everyone has gotten up, gathered just below the platform. The council members that you guys have seen are the clan leaders. They seem to have lined the staircase from the platform, and you all see as Ernesto walks forward up the stairs and hands a small piece of paper to Queen Rosalind, and he stands behind her, almost equal with the other finely dressed dwarven gentleman. The music has quieted down. The bard in the back of the room has stopped playing, but there seems to be some light supporting music coming from somewhere. People around you begin to whisper and talks of what's she gonna say? I don't know. She seems to party a lot, so maybe it's something about that. Do you think she's gonna talk about Thorite? Do you think she's gonna talk about Winkham? And just lots and lots of whispers. And she is standing there with a piece of paper in one hand and a golden goblet in the other. That golden goblet she has not let go of all night. As she steps up, you guys can kind of see the glowing gem almost kind of frames her head and glows past her body. setting up a red silhouette that is cast across the room. She smiles to all of you through her mask, and she raises her goblet. Friends, allies, and fine folk of Truistria, welcome to Crimson Crag. And welcome to the halls of this palace for a grand night of mischief and merriment. Tonight, the halls are not just the heart of the mountain, but the heart of our world. Oh my goodness. As she says this, the clan leaders on the staircase cheer and whoop. Hype train! Under this roof, miners stand beside merchants, warriors toast to scholars, and every tongue in trade finds common ground. She points to you, Draxel. Tiefling, and points to a halfling across the room, or halfling. Elf, or human. Dwarf, or gnome. Tonight, it matters not where you hail from, but that you're all here together. Thorite has come and gone, marking the balance of the seasons. But balance isn't just turning the world. It's knowing when to toil and when to toast. And she toasts and takes a big swig. So let the clink of goblets outmatch the clink of coin. The clink of coin. Let the laughter echo louder than the anvils. And let the only thing heavier than a dwarf's hammer be the weight of the feast before you. To old friends and new faces, to deals struck in shadows and promises made in jest, to those who shape the mountain, and to those who shape its future, I bid you drink deep, dance wild, and celebrate only as dwarves can. And if you feel the ground shaking later in the night, worry not, it's not the mountain rumbling, just a proper dwarven party done right. And she raises her goblet once more. Now let the revelry... And she stops. The light around you goes out. As if all the light was snuffed from the room and the oxygen was pulled from your lungs. The whole room begins to whisper around you. Those who were near you getting louder. A nervous laugh comes from the platform. It sounds like the queen. There's a bright flash in the darkness, and you notice that even the forges have gone dark. These bright blue flashes happen, and all of a sudden, all of you are suddenly hit with a white-hot pain. Your vision goes white. You are frozen. Your heads throb with intense pain, and each of you take 5 points of psychic damage, and you are blinded for a minute. The crowd around you grows louder. Screeches of pain. Draxel, you feel someone near you hit the side of your arm. Nev, someone hits your leg. And it sounds like Lady Evelyn. Some armor seems to be hitting the stone floor. You are all standing, holding your head. You can't see anything, almost frozen in place. And after a few moments, your vision begins to come back. Vision fuzzy. Some of you might be crouching down on one knee. You see the feet of those around you, and Nev, the first thing you notice is Lady Evelyn is on the ground holding her head.
Neville drop down and she'll take her like, hello, you okay? What?
Nev, as you touch Lady Evelyn, she looks up at you, and the first thing you notice is her mask has changed. And it seems to have almost fused with her face.
Oh.
And you look around, and the first thing you see is the halfling on the dance floor that's been there almost all night. Her butterfly mask is part of her now. And you notice your vision is fuzzy. And you notice, as this has happened, the glow, the red glow, and each of you notice now, as your vision begins to come back to you, the glow from the red gem atop the throne is gone. And you look up past the group. The gem is gone. The council seems to be almost surrounding Queen Rosalind. And you see most of the people, most of the council. But Ernesto's gone. You guys might notice that you have something in your inventory. Please refresh your character sheets and make sure that you are attuned to your masks. You guys stand there stunned, looking around. What would you like to do?
So,
Damn,
did you
someone
steal
beat
that
me to it.
fucking gem? I just
No.
want to ask arrows.
No, someone beat me to it. Damn it.
Um,
I mean, no, I'm innocent. No, I did nothing. No, I've been here. I couldn't have done it.
I don't know if I believe you. And then Nev is like standing back up and like helping Lady Evelyn up, like.
She's,
I imagine.
yeah. So you help her up, and she is holding her head and like just kind of trying to shake it off.
Trust me, I didn't take it. It was not me.
Does Rose remember? Sorry, go ahead.
Aren't you a rogue? Isn't that what you people do? Is lie?
Maybe, but not this time. I'm clean.
What was your question, Rose?
Did she remember? Because she sees that, well, whatever his name was, I already forgot. And I didn't write it down because it was right there and I didn't have to write it down. The guy, our escort, that is no longer there.
Mm-hmm.
Did she see where he was before before it went dark?
You all saw him walk up the steps and hand a piece of paper to Lady Rosalind, and stand behind her, almost kind of guarding her back. Very similar. There was someone that was up on the platform with her the whole party, and he kind of mirrored their movements. kind of like a bodyguard standing behind her.
And was he wearing a mask?
Yes, he was. It was a normal, plain, pretty plain, another rabbit mask.
Okay. She just kind of looks around and tries to take stock. Is the Queen Rosalind, is she okay?
She seems to be getting helped up by a guard. The goblet you see has now rolled down the steps and is at the bottom with ale spilled out of it. But she seems to be getting helped up from one of the guards. Yeah. And she is like surrounded by the clan leaders.
I think that
Look around.
Go ahead, Thorn.
I think that Thorin would probably, as he's coming to and getting back to his feet, he would draw his axe and sort of like join the rest of the party in guarding the queen, though still not really fully understanding like what the danger is that he's sort of protecting her from, just like instinctually. And as he does that, he reaches up to take the mask off of his face.
You reach up to pull the mask that you put onto your face right before the party, and you can't seem to find where it ends and your face begins. And you notice that those around you, especially the council members that were up there, they're the same way.
He starts to panic a little bit, like, what devilry is this? As he starts to try to point up to other people to try to make them aware of what's going on.
Rory McInnes, who you spoke with, can't get my bloody mask off! And he's like fighting, and he has a dagger in one hand that you see, and he's trying to like shove it off, but there's no way to get this off his face. Queen Rosalind, and there's still people are getting helped up from the ground, and kind of just spreading out and trying to find out, what's going on. Queen Rosalind seems to be very visibly shaken, but she has, from you guys don't know where, she is now holding a very ceremonial hand axe. And she's like looking around. Is everyone all right?
Rose will speak up and say, yes, may I, please, I'm a cleric. Do you mind if I cast a spell real quick? Well, to help see if I can detect anything.
By all means.
She will cast Detect Evil and Good.
Okay. Tell me the specifics of that spell.
It lasts for 10 minutes. It's concentration.
Mm-hmm.
It's 30 feet around me, so I can walk around and sense things around the room.
Mm-hmm.
I know if there's any aberration, celestial, elemental, fae, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of me. I know if there is a place or object within 30 feet of me that has been magically consecrated or desecrated. And it has limitations between like walls, so much thickness of stone, metal, and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But there might be an item that was desecrated that was like placed in here or something. Who knows? I don't know. She's just gonna try. But yeah, so she'll cast that and ask permission to step up onto the area where she is.
Okay. You're allowed up.
And she'll just start kind of walking, weaving throughout the room to make sure that throughout the next 10 minutes, she has had every part of this room within 30 feet of her.
Okay. Um, you don't see anything. Whatever was is gone now. If there
Okay.
was anything to begin with.
She will spend the entire 10 minutes just going all the way around. So she's kind of out of RP for a few minutes.
Little, what are you doing?
Yeah, so I don't know. I guess I'm wondering if I could maybe do an Arcana check. Because I feel like being a sorcerer, especially, I really just want to know. I want to kind of like feel if I detect any magic, what kind of magic, if I know anything about it, specifically like related to the masks, but also like the gem, I guess.
Okay. I'll go ahead and roll an Arcana check for me.
Lucky.
Is that a... Oh, okay. Natural 20.
Noise.
Okay. Nice. You recall, in the brief moments after everything went dark, you saw a flash of bright blue. It seems to be runes. The masks don't really show up on any kind of magical check now because they seem to be a part of the people around you. So anything that was able to be detected before is not able to be detected now. The runes seemed magical in essence, but you're not quite sure to what extent they were. But they seemed to emit almost like a cursed energy that would have triggered. That makes sense. With a natural 20, that's what I'll give you.
Okay.
As far as the gym, you weren't close enough to the gym to get a good read on it before it disappeared.
Got it.
Are you doing anything, or are you still standing there kind of looking around?
Sorry, switching to map. Yeah, I feel like if I'm not detecting any magic, I don't know. I feel like I would be kind of like just visually inspecting the room, maybe kind of like investigating just to see if I notice anything like out of the ordinary. So I probably am kind of like just walking around, looking at people too, not just like the actual like environment.
Okay. I will say make a perception check, but with disadvantage.
Okay.
It seems that whenever the lights went out and they came back on, your eyes are still adjusting to whatever happened.
Not so lucky this time. That was an 8.
Okay. You can't seem to glean much more. At least not here on the floor.
Okay.
Nev, Draxel, what are you guys doing? As Rose seems to be walking around looking, and Thorin is standing guard with his axe.
Nev will help Lady Evelyn go like sit down, and she's gonna like kneel down, and she'll take her gloves off and like grab her hand, and she has like a signet ring on her finger, and she's like, I'm going to go help figure this out. This is insurance. I will come back this time.
Oh, right. Thank you, Nev.
Of course, she's just kind of like awkwardly just. She'll go back to her and was like, "You sure you didn't steal this fucking gem?"
Do I look like I'm holding a gem?
I don't
It'd be a
know. You
little
could have
obvious.
it in a pocket.
Promise you, it would be noticeable if I had a big ass gem on me, don't you think?
I don't know. You could have like the bag of holding, 'cause, it holds stuff.
It's not me. And Drax will turn and look, and if he sees anybody else that needs help up, I'm actually gonna go be nice and help somebody up now.
And you do. You make it to one of the halflings that's from the dance floor. She's the one with the butterfly mask that was cutting a rug. Is now very stiffly standing up from the dance floor. As you approach her, she goes, Do you know what happened? And you see now a lot more clearly just how much these masks are becoming one with their wearers, or have become one with their wearers. And you realize that your vision is still blurry, and you don't feel... It doesn't feel like you're wearing a mask anymore. There's an added weight still, but it doesn't seem like there's a disconnect.
I do not know what's going on, and he'll reach up and kind of like touch the end of his face and go, "Oh dear."
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Damn it! There goes my pretty face.
Oh dear, I get it.
I'm holding on to that all evening.
Deer in headlights, if you will.
Yep, literal deer. But he'll respond, "I do not know what's going on. Are you hurt? Are you okay?"
My head hurts a lot, but besides that, I think I'll be okay. And she kind of like blinks up at you, and her eyes are bright green and almost seem different.
He'll kind of like reach his hand up. There, it'll be okay. Just go set yourself down. If you need something, I'll be around.
You guys, she walks away from you and goes to sit down. And you guys all see at this point that King Mortimer, who has still been seated in his chair, his fancy chair, has stood from his chair and walked around and hobbled, leaving his chair behind, up to the staircase and says, "What kind of party is this? Why would you invite us here just to attack us like this?" And Queen Rosalind, who is now standing fully, almost on guard, and her whole demeanor has changed, addresses King Mortimer and says, "This was not of my doing. I didn't do this. Has anyone seen Ernesto?" And she continues to spin around. And some of the council members seem to be trying to get her off of the platform, and she's like, shrugging off the hands. And
I didn't while I was walking around the room.
As the king walks up on the queen, Thorn is gonna take out his dress axe, his fancy axe, and which is already out actually, and just put it in his hand and sort of give this king, this person he hasn't met yet, he doesn't know, sort of this intimidating look, a little bit of a, because he's a bear now too, right? He's got a bear.
He's got a bear mask on.
Just give a little bit of a growl, and a snarl, trying to signal to hey, back off. It's almost more than the king can bear.
Okay. Roll an
I like yours
intimidation
better.
check.
I like yours better.
I was
With
working up to it.
advantage. Oh, roll it one more time with advantage.
Okay.
Okay, we'll take that 18.
Sure.
He seems to almost like shuffle back onto his back leg. Why are you attacking me? I did not do this to you.
It's best to give us a second to figure this all out. Why don't you go back to your fancy chair?
I'll go back to my fancy chair, but not because you asked me to.
I didn't ask. I told ya.
He shuffles away.
Holy shit, I like him.
Rose, as you stop where you are, you realize that the dwarf in white and silver has started to move forward and has pulled out a chain from around her neck, and she is holding it and reaching forward to Queen Rosalind, and a warm glow emits from her hands. Something very familiar to you. Something that you've done quite a lot yourself.
Cure wounds.
Yeah.
Okay.
You haven't seen anything, at least not on the ground floor. Unless you're not with your spell anyways. If you would like to in that time, roll an investigation check. If you're like picking up, lifting up or anything, you can if you would like to.
She would not have picked up or anything like that, but she would have like eyed literally like super carefully everywhere around, but she wouldn't have touched anything.
Okay, if you want to at this time, you can roll perception check, but roll it with disadvantage.
Okay. Forgot how to do disadvantage. I right click? Yes.
Right click, yes.
Perception. Did it not do it?
It's an 18.
With disadvantage? Well, yeah, but did it actually?
I don't know.
I don't think it did.
It doesn't show like before.
Yeah, it did. I don't know what happened. I clicked the disadvantage thing. I'll just roll again. I'm sorry.
You're okay.
Okay.
Okay. With an 18, you see that obviously there's a few overturned chairs. There were still a few people seated. And as they stood, or something, they fell out of their chair or whatever happened in the dark, you're not really sure. You do notice as you walked past the steps here,
okay,
that there was a small smattering of blood. But that's about it.
Okay. Right here.
Mm-hmm.
She will gesture towards like a couple of the clan leaders, I guess, that are real close to her, and she'll point it out and say, are any of you hurt? Like, you were standing, and she's trying to remember where people were standing, and then she just kind of points at the blood. Did anybody hit their head when they fell? Just kind of.
The two dwarves at the bottom of the steps, right there closest to you, turn. We were standing there, but I don't remember. And they kind of just are checking themselves. You don't see any blood on them. You don't see any wounds of any kind. Their eyes are a little red, but that's about it.
Okay. And there's no trail. It was just like a few kind of right there, and there's no more. It doesn't go anywhere else.
You see, forgive me. All the tabs. You see a little bit of a trail, but not really a chair. It's more like where it kind of just like spots. You see it lead past Thorin but you don't see anything out near the tables.
Okay. So either it came from up there where dude was standing and he went this way, or something passed and went up to where he was and like kidnapped him or something. Queen Rosalind, a quick question. I don't know which you would rather me do. I have a couple of options. I was close enough to the gym, because she kind of looks back to try to find Little and sees Little back there. My friend pulled me pretty close to you whenever you were giving your speech. I did get close enough to the gym where I could try to find it, and if it's close enough, I could figure out where it is. Or I could look for his book, the one he was writing in. I was close to his book. Or I guess I could do both. You're gonna use so many spell slots.
all of the spell slots.
Spell slots for days.
Whichever you would like to start with. I guess I could take the other, however you want to do this. And she kind of steps back almost to go to sit on the throne.
She can cast that too?
No.
Okay. She has locate object.
I mean, you don't know. I mean, you can. Go ahead.
She'll say, "Oh, you can use this spell as well. That is amazing." And then she'll use locate object on the gym.
The gym.
And if it's within 1,000 feet of her, then she senses it.
Immediately, you get a ping.
And it lasts for 10 minutes, so I could go walk to it.
You get a ping over here.
Okay. She turns and says, "The gym's over here somewhere," and she starts walking. And if it starts moving, she senses its movement as well.
It is moving, and it is moving quickly. And as you approach...
It's quick! And she starts going to it.
Make another perception check with disadvantage. What are the rest of you...
Oh, no, I was trying to right-click.
You're okay. What are the rest of you doing as you hear Rose saying all of this? You see that she casts a spell.
I'm going to start following after her.
I'll be behind Nev and go, "See, I told you it wasn't me."
Well, I couldn't. We had to rule out all the possibilities.
Why I gotta be the first possibility?
Because you are wrong. You still banged.
Sometimes I hate people. And he'll just start running with them.
Thorin is gonna look over to McInnes and just sort of like with a nod, like, do you have the queen?
Aye, we'll take care of her. Don't you worry.
He's gonna do this fun little spin with his axe in his hand, grab it, and start running behind Rose. And on his way, he's just gonna take like the heaviest hit at the closest table that he goes by and just bring his axe down on it.
Sorry. Say that last part again.
He's running. He's just gonna take his axe and just smack a table with it.
Okay. Roll a d20 for me. the wood that is lined with metal of some kind of hard, sturdy metal, seems to just it seems to almost bend in on itself with no resistance. The metal and the wood splinters and it shatters down the middle with just 2 plates.
Impressive.
He's gonna look at his axe and be like, "Aye, this'll do," and he's gonna continue on.
All right.
That'll do.
All right.
It's his dress axe, but I guess it's still gonna work.
Axe is an axe.
Rose, you notice as you get closer, the 2 guards by the door, a door that is slowly closing. They're wearing hoods with a fold-down mask.
Yep.
And they're seem to be kind of yay. They seem to almost be closing in, trying to hide the door.
Do I sense the objects leaving the door?
Yes.
I say, these guards aren't really your guards, just so you know the object's behind. And then she like tries to like barrel through them to get past. To go after the gem.
At this time, they see you coming and you saying this, and they run through the door and disappear. And you guys all see this. You hear the door open. Who is after Rose?
Me? Technically? I'm gonna get my rapier out. I'll put my gloves back on. Wait, shit.
At this time, here's a fun little thing that we get to do. It's called a chase sequence. So I'm gonna have you all roll initiative and wait for me to ask. Or I can just look. How many of you have done a chase sequence before? No? Okay.
Good, it's not just me. Good.
And I've done lots of these.
We're not we are not alone.
Okay, so a chase sequence is we're gonna roll initiative. We're gonna fall into initiative. All right. At this time, you have your movement and an action. No bonus actions, no reactions. You can move up to your speed, and you can dash as many turns in a row as 3 plus your Constitution modifier. So what this means, if, say, Draxel wanted to dash 2 times in a row, he can. If he wanted to dash after that, he will gain a point of exhaustion. If you guys need help, I will help you keep up with it. But here we go.
You said we have an action and our movement.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Rose is gonna periodically yell like, "Oh, it turned left," or "It did this," or like, so that everybody, like, when people pass her, because she's the dwarf, they kind of know where it was going. And she's chasing them, not the guards. I don't know if the guards have the gem, but she's chasing the gem.
Rose 7. Bear with me as I am doing this.
You're a bear, you're a bug.
Waka waka.
Dang, man. 21.
I'm using them all now.
Okay. All right. All right. Bear with me, guys. I am getting my life together for this. Nev, Rose, and Axel. Okay. Bless you. Bless.
Thank you.
May Eros bless you. All right. At the end of your turn, each of you will roll a d20 for a complication for the next round. Okay, so this is going to be very theater of the mind.
Mm-hmm.
Rose, you feel as this gem continues down in a straight line, weaving and bobbing, but mostly in a same direction.
Okay. It's heading straight. Sort of.
Up next is Thorin. You are still across the room, but you see the door open, and Rose is right there ahead of you.
All right, so I'm gonna just barrel forward. Do we see any people, anything carrying anything?
You saw the guards exit through a hallway. The rest of the people around you are seated or on the ground.
All right, so I guess I'm just gonna dash.
Okay. Okay. You make it across the room, and you make it to the doors, and just through the doors, past Rose, you are on the heels of one of the guard. And you are entering in. You see this hallway is cluttered with crates, furniture. You see doors on both sides. You see barrels everywhere. You see some servants walking through. You see one leaned against a wall. You make it to a door, and one of them flies open. I need you to make a dexterity check for me, please.
Okay. Do I get hold on. This is sparking something in my brain that I might remember. Does my danger sense give me advantage?
I will say yes.
And I do advantage by right clicking.
Yes. Right click. You should be able to click it and then hit roll down at the bottom.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. With 14, you manage to just skirt by, almost leaning out of the way as the door swings open, and you skirt by. You make it without hitting the door, and you continue make it a few steps further than that door. That is the end of your turn. Up next is Little. You're still in the room just beyond a table in front of you. And then beyond that table is a set of doors through which you just saw Thorin shoot through. Rose is on the other side from you.
So do I have eyes on either of there's two of them, right? Either of the two like guards that were chasing?
You can kind of see over Thorin's head. You see one of them. The other one seems to be a little too far for you down the hall, but you can see the backup one.
How far away is he?
Probably about 90 feet from you.
So dashing. Okay,
You're okay.
Thank you. How many dash actions can I take, and how far is that gonna get me if my movement speed is 25?
Okay, if your movement speed is 25, if you use a dash, you get 50 feet in one round, but that takes your action. After that, what that means is if you were to use this round to dash, and then the next one to dash, that would take down your, risk your opportunity to get a exhaustion point.
Man, I'm so close. I need like 5 feet because I have the command spell, and that it's like, I'm dying. Okay, well, hold on. Now that you got me thinking about it, So if I don't, if I use my action, I can move regularly, right? Like if I don't dash, I have my regular movement speed and my action still.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna use my action to cast Fly.
Okay.
And I'll just go ahead and cast it and see if it pops up. So Fly, I'll send it to the game log. I don't know, you should be able to see it. It gives me 60 feet movement speed for 10 minutes as concentration. So then I'm gonna use Fly, and then I'm gonna fly 60 feet, I guess.
Okay. You fly 60 feet.
All right. And I can't do anything else because I don't really want to risk exhaustion right now, so.
All right. Understandable. Up next is Nev. You are just on the other side of Little. So you have a table between you and the doorway, and then Rose. And Draxel is right beside you.
I want to try to be cool and like slide across the table and like run into the
Little. And roll a d20 for me.
Okay. Eight.
Okay. Continue. You said you're gonna try to slide across the table?
Yeah.
Okay. Roll a dexterity check for me.
Okay. I edged a 16.
Okay. You go to slide, and the metal part of these tables is kind of lifted off a little bit, and it gets caught on one of the buttons on your pants, and you tumble off, and you fall prone.
I quickly stand up, brush myself off, and like I make sure I like look to make sure Lady Evelyn didn't see this.
She's like head in the table, like her face hurts, but you have lost 10 feet of movement.
Okay. I still have is it dash an action?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm going to dash through the door a safe amount to where I don't exhaust myself. I've already bruised my ego a little bit here.
And the table.
No, the table. The table was fine. It has an extra button now. Okay. So we have THR. Roll a d20 for me.
Eight.
Okay. All right. Up next is Rose.
Twins.
Okay. So, I just need to confirm. I'm looking at it, and it doesn't look like it is. I want to keep up, obviously, the locate object. That's concentration.
Mm-hmm.
Light is not concentration, correct? The cantrip. Does
it have the diamond with the C on it?
It doesn't. I'm wanting to make sure. Pretty sure it doesn't. I'm pretty sure.
Let me take a look real quick. I don't think that it is, but let me double check. Well, I got your sheet up. Let it load.
Just want to make sure. I don't want to lose it. It's super important to me.
Ancient Firefly. It does not look like it is concentration. It just lasts for an hour. So, what object are you casting light on?
Not yet.
Okay.
I'm gonna dart and I'm gonna dash, but as soon as I'm paying attention to where it is, as soon as I notice it take like a hard left or right, that next round where it's me, I'm gonna cast light on like an object if it's close enough where they like need to turn.
Okay.
Oh, it's touch. Yeah. Darn it. I should have gotten dancing lights.
It is touch.
Okay, then that will not happen.
Okay. But you
So
are
she's
using your
going to
action to
dash.
dash? Okay.
Yes.
You use your action to dash. You make it through the hallway and you weave. You make it up just to Thorin's heels. And a cart rolls from the right side of the hallway. It's like a dinner cart of some kind, and it has rolled right into your way. I need you to make a dexterity check for me, please.
Okay, dokie. Dwarves are super good at this. Oh, that's not bad. 16.
Not too bad, not too bad. You almost parkour off of it. You seem to, like, feet through arms over it, and you make it right behind, a few feet behind. And that is your turn. I need you to roll
I
a d20.
I didn't hear who I was a few feet behind.
Thorin.
Okay. Thorin is fast.
Thorin is.
Hive.
Hive. All right. Up next is Draxel. So
Would that be me?
Yes, that would be you. You just saw Nev try to skirt across the table. Her button gets stuck in the table, and then she flops onto the floor on the other side.
I wonder if Nev's middle name is Grace, because that was very ungraceful.
No, it's actually
Which
quite
middle name?
long. Yeah.
Yeah, which one? Oh, how far away from the door am I exactly where I was standing?
You're about. I had it. You're about 40 feet.
Okay. 40 feet from the door.
Mm-hmm.
I will move up my full 30 feet at least to the door, 10 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
And as for an action, can you cast a cantrip spell?
Yes.
I would like to cast Thaumaturgy and barrel it down the hallway in a deep, dark voice and say, "Y'all better stop or you're gonna regret it."
As you get there, you cast this spell. It goes down. You think it hit. You're not really sure. I need you to roll a dexterity check as your foot steps into a glass of spilled wine. Okay. You feel you send it down, and the heel of your boot skids, and it's almost like that whoa moment. But you've done this before. You know how to keep your feet under you. You catch yourself, and you are staring down, almost down the barrel. And you can see your friends ahead of you. And you see further down the hall, ahead of Thorin, one of the guards. But that's all you can make out.
Okay.
All right. Up next is... I need you to roll a d20 for me.
I was just about to remind you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Rose, You feel in your concentration, you feel the gem get further, and you feel it keep going.
Question.
Yes.
How far away is it?
How far away is it?
Yeah.
Hold on, gotta do math. It's currently about 150 feet away from you. Down the hall. Okay. All right. Gotta do a thing. Okay. All right. Up next is guards. Okay. Thorin, you see the two guards ahead of you, because you can see you're right on the heels of one. There's another one a little bit further down from you. You see them both continue to bolt. You're right on the heels of him, but you're about 10 feet. They continue running down the hall. You see one steps in something in it, slips, and falls face down. This is going to be the one that's further down the hall. And you see the other one, a door opens, and it hits him. So one is face down, the other one gets hit by a door. I'll roll a d20 for you. Okay. Now it is your turn, Thorin. The guard that fell down is about 30 feet from you. The one that got hit by a door is about 60 feet from you.
Okay. I am going to, boy. I'm going to use my movement to move forward.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go the whole 35.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I'm going to go, hold on. I'm going to go 30 to where the guard is down.
Mm-hmm.
Boy. I really want to throw a hand axe at the other guy, and I don't know if it's wise. I'm just going to do it.
Like.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, no, I'm going to do it. So as I approach, and I know that we have one of the guards to question, I want to slow the other one down, so I'm going to take out one of my hand axes, and I'm going to chuck it at the guard, who now should be 30 feet away.
Yes. Yes.
I don't want to hurt him, I just want to kill him.
I want to maim him.
Just want to kill him. Oof.
13. Okay. You take your ceremonial axe and you aim it.
I just have a hand axe.
Oh, the hand axe? Okay.
Yeah,
You
not
have a
my
hand-
special guy.
You take it and you're aiming. You throw your hand out to help you go and you throw it. And it looks like a cloak, but this axe looks like it's going to hit him. And you hear it tink as it bounces off metal and skids and hits the wall. Where the door is open and is starting to close. It didn't hit.
He's gonna be like, I saw the owl. Try to shake it off.
Okay. All right. Up next is roll a d20 for me. Okay. All right, Little. You are at, if I remember correctly, you're just within the doors. You use 60 feet of movement to get in. Yeah. So there's a door to your left. There's a bunch of crates and barrels and everything right there. What would you like to do?
Okay, I mean, since I still have fly, I I mean, is that it still be considered regular movement, right? I'm just flying instead of.
Correct.
Because there's no. Okay. So I'm going to use that fly speed to move 60 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would like to know if I am within 60 feet of the guard that's closest to us.
Okay. You fly. The closest one to you is the one that's on the ground, face down, right next to Thorin. You can get right up to him.
Cool. Okay. So, I don't know. I'm gonna use command.
Okay.
But I'm not sure. Yeah, I think that's the best thing to do. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cast command in order it to halt.
Okay. That's a check on mine, right?
It's a wisdom 14 save.
Okay. Okay. He fails.
Okay.
So, whenever you cast this spell, what does it look like? Paint me a word picture.
What a good question. Little, who keeps a bunch of shit in his pockets, has a hand in his pocket, which you can't see it, but he's clutching his attuned item, his crystal, which is actually like I'd like to make it a diamond, if I can, but it's just his attunement crystal, and he's just gonna kind of like have his hand in his pocket, not really, and he just maybe speaks. Let me see. It is verbal, so he just speaks a word, and that word is probably just a halt or something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just simple.
Thorin, as you're doing this, you see this happen. You hear over your head a voice that is loud and small at the same time, and it seems like it's just bolstered in a type of way. And you look up and you see Little floating in the air above your head. And you hear from the floor the guard that is face down in the stone. Okay. That's about it. So that's your action, your bonus action.
Yeah.
Had you been on the ground, you see a door open shortly in front of you, of a couple falling out of a room. Clothes a little tattered, a little torn. And they're looking around really confused. You don't have to roll anything for this because you're flying.
Yeah, because I missed them. I'm just lucky.
But I will have you roll a d20 for me.
Go through.
What was going behind that closed door?
Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?
Oh, that was the wrong one. My bad.
You're okay.
I rolled a d10 first.
Okay, 15. Okay. Nev. You are shortly behind Thorin. And you see Little above you in the hallway. And another door opens to your right. And another couple falls through.
Just looking in disgust.
I need you to roll either strength, acrobatics, or intimidation of your choice. And explain to me how you would like to move past them.
Okay. Intimidation. Here we go.
Okay.
What?
Well. They are wrapped up in each other, just in your way.
Where the fucking god can you just get out of my way? There's a time and a place for everything.
They kind of just look at you and like roll their eyes, and you lose 5 feet of movement.
I'm going.
But
I have my
it-
rapier out.
Mm-hmm.
I have my rapier out. I'm just like, I swear to God, if you do not get your hands out of whatever dark crevices they may be in right now, and don't get out of my way, you're going to get stabbed by something, all right?
Just a little away from you. You still lose 5 feet of movement, but you can continue on your way.
Okay. That'll catch up.
Damn.
So, is there guards still on the ground?
Yes. You see Thorin ahead of you.
For one turn.
Huh?
For one turn.
For one turn? Yeah. It is still face down on the ground. They are still face down on the ground. They're
Face
about
down.
on the ground. Based on my calculations, you're about 30 feet? I think 30 feet from Thorn and Little.
My brain is trying to brain so hard right now. So there's a guard on the ground for a turn.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get to him?
He's about 30 feet from you, and you're short 5, so you can move 25 feet. You will be 5 feet from him.
I'm gonna get close enough to where I don't have a disadvantage, and I'm gonna throw like my dagger into his knee.
Roll, if you're throwing it at him and he is prone, roll it with disadvantage.
Disadvantage?
Disadvantage. A prone creature. A prone creature is a little bit harder to hit.
He's
And
not
you're
moving.
running. You're
I'm
running
not
though.
moving. But no, but I get to the place where I don't. I get to a good enough place, and then I throw it at him. Just.
I swear, if I actually caught this dude and you end up like nicking an artery or something, I'm gonna be so upset.
Y'all got like heel wounds. You got the nerve. I got action. I got motion.
Roll to hit.
Disadvantage. Roll. You gotta be shitting me.
No.
Roll a d6 for me.
She walked away.
Oh no! You have to wait till she gets it back.
Nev.
I'm gonna cry.
Okay. Alright. I'll roll a d6. Okay. That ends Nev's turn. Does someone want to roll a d20 for me?
I got you.
I'll do it.
Oh, I am not doing that. I do not want to be to blame for whatever happens.
I do.
Blame me. Alright. Okay. Alright, Rose. Based on my calculations, Draxel is shortly behind you, having just yelled down the hallway at you. You hear the whispers and a loud, "Better stop!" What would you like to do?
Well, she just needs to keep getting to that. She has no way to speed up. She's the only one that knows where they are. She's just gonna run as fast as she can and say, "It's still that way." It's, like, It hasn't turned yet, right?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Oh,
I can't go faster.
Would you like to use your action to dash?
Yes, I will continue to do so the whole time until I've done it 6 times. I'm keeping up with how many times I've done it.
Okay. All right, you dash.
That is my turn, except for whatever's about to happen.
Okay, so you make it past Nev, and shortly past, you almost like do a hop and a skip over this guard past Thorin.
Mm-hmm.
And you step in a puddle. And I would need you to make a dexterity check for me, please.
What is it a puddle of?
It looks like you're not really sure. It's a yellow brown liquid, maybe ale.
I was about to say it's not outside of one of those rooms, right?
It's in the hall. There's a barrel nearby, but not right next to it. You catch yourself and you don't fall prone.
Yes. Keep going.
Yeah. All right. Up next, last but certainly not least, is Draxel.
Aw. Best for last.
Mm-hmm.
So how far away from everyone down the
what we're
hall
calling
am
it?
I?
Nev is about 45 feet from you. Little and Thorin are about 60. And Rose is about 65.
After seeing everybody run down the hallway, Drax was gonna go, well, I can't let them have all the damn fun. And he will dash 60 feet up. So that would put me up there with Little and Thorn then, correct?
You have 30 feet of movement?
Correct.
Yes. So you would move 60 feet. You are right behind Thorin. It's getting a little clustered here. But you were kind of like even kilter with Nev a little bit further, but you were right behind Thorin. And you see a floating gnome above your head and a face down guard by your side.
No.
And I will need you to roll a d20.
Oh wait, I didn't roll my d20.
Oh, that's right. Roll your d20. I'm so sorry. I'm getting there,
No, it's
guys.
okay. I got a 14.
This is my 14.
Yeah.
A
Sorry.
cart just before you get behind, you pass Nev. Another cart rolls into you, and you dodge out of its way, but a barrel starts to fall and almost hits you in the way. I need you to make a dexterity check for me, please. This is my first time running a chase too, so bear with me.
You're good. It's great.
Yeah.
They're with you?
Yeah.
It's funny, you're in my head. I'll just leave it.
Oh, Draxel,
Sorry.
I need you to roll a dexterity check.
Oh, I got mixed up on who we were talking. I thought it was
You're okay.
Rose.
You're okay.
There you
But
go.
your 13 is for the next one. You don't quite make it right behind Thorin. You get hit in the shoulder by a barrel, and it has blocked your way, and you take 1 point of bludgeoning damage. So you're about even with. You're about 5 feet from Nev. Sorry, I'll get there eventually. Okay. At the end of your turn, you rolled a 13 for the next round. Up next is a thing. Okay. You hear a clinking. Almost as if something was tripped over. But you don't hear anything else. And Rose, you feel it travel about 30 more feet and take a right.
Okay, so it was. So it was like 100. I moved. How many feet away is the turn from me?
From you, Rose. About 100 feet.
Okay, 100 feet from me, it turned right. How far did it go after it turned?
It went another 30 feet to the right.
Oh my gosh, I'm never gonna catch up. He's taller than me. Has longer legs. Okay, she'll just say that out loud. You know.
Okay.
100 feet, take a right. Keep going. You got this. Go fast, people.
Sure.
Can she like yell really loud and say, "Everyone on the hall to the right,
Yeah, absolutely.
block their path. There's an enemy running." Like trying to there's people in all these rooms just standing around the halls and stuff, you know? So like she's trying to get the attention of like people that are just in the castle and see if she
Falling
could
out of
get them
doors.
to help. Yeah, get them to fall out the doors now, you know, down there.
All right.
Stop what you're doing and come out.
Okay.
Basically.
That one run. This one. So you see the door, the guard ahead of you, stop by the door, slams it shut, and goes to step past it and slips in a puddle, another puddle, and falls on its back. So he's about 20 feet from you, Rose.
Okay, dokie.
Are you moving at all? You're continuing down the road?
Yep, all the time.
Oh, that was okay.
But I don't think it was my turn, was it?
It was not. That was my realization. I'm so sorry.
Okay, no, it's good. I mean, if you want to let her move, yeah, I'm okay with this.
Oh, a glimpse into reality. All right, so that guard 20 feet ahead of you is flat on its back. The guard next to you, Thorin, and you see now Little, is kind of he just sits his head up and it's kind of just staring into space. And he can't do anything because he is halted. And that is... Okay. All right. Up next is Thorin's turn.
Okay, I think Thorin is quickly realizing he's not the fastest of the lot. So he's gonna look down at the guard who's halted and just I can't grapple and talk to him, right?
You can grapple him and I'll let you say a few things to him if you'd like. You can try to grapple him.
What I want to do is I want to grab him and ask him what's going on, like just be like, what's happening? Where is it going?
He's halted, so he can't exactly,
Okay, never mind.
He is halted. So he can't exactly fight you. He has been commanded to halt. So you can pick him up easy. He's a little heavy, but you got the
If he's
strength
still
for
on the
it.
ground, maybe I'll just put my boot on him
Okay.
and scream
Alright.
down at him. I feel like that might be even more intimidating.
He yells back at you just incomprehensible words like he's trying to make sense. He's like, you can't, I don't, and that's about all he can get out.
Is that because of the spell, or do we like?
You don't think so? You've used the spell before.
Okay.
This is not. It's him.
Mhm.
Can I still move?
Yeah, you can. You still have your 35 feet of movement.
All right, I'm just gonna try to continue on, then realizing this is probably a lost cause.
Okay. You make it past Rose. And you make it up to the other guard that is now sitting on his back. And you can make it about 5 feet ahead of him if you would like to.
Yeah, I can't do anything to him, right? I'm all out of options.
Yep. That's it.
I'm just gonna keep going, assuming that I'll probably have a similar experience with this one.
Okay. You make it there. Nothing happens. I need you to roll a d20, please. All right. Up next is Little. You are floating in the air.
Okay. I don't want to get rid of. I don't really want to get rid of Fly. I'd like to keep it as long as I can, just because, like, why,
Right.
But I'm gonna have to. That's tough, but I think I will, because I would like to talk to this guy and ask him, just like what's going on, and cast detect thoughts on him.
Detect thoughts. Okay. The surface thoughts you get are, I need to get to the library. I need to get to the library. I need to get to the library before I do anything. And I have to roll, correct?
Let me look real quick. Yeah, it is a wisdom 14. Again.
Okay, he fails. And you find swirling thoughts of have to get to the library, have to get to the room. And you hear, Lorna will be mad at me.
Okay.
And then you get a, who are these punks? And that's about it.
Okay.
But whenever he's talking, because he failed, all he gets is, he's just a blubbering, like, I can't, you don't, how can, why are you here? kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I was like, there. Okay, just because somebody is speaking that way doesn't mean,
right?
Like they're thinking something. So that uses my action, and it takes away fly, so I can no longer fly.
Down.
And I think I'm trying to decide. I think I'm going to keep going down the hallway and just use my 25 feet of movement to get as far as I can. Because I don't think that this guy has anything else that's I feel like I would have learned it if he had something useful for me. And I don't have anything to, like, any other spells to manipulate him socially, so.
Okay. You make it down the hallway past Rose. Just about 5 feet from 5 feet behind that other guard that's on the ground. All right, you can now roll a d20 for me.
All right. Number 9.
Number 9. Number 9. Okay. All right, Rose. No, hold on. Nev. It is now your turn. You are muted.
My bad. I need my dagger. I'm gonna get that, and I'm just gonna dash down the hall.
Okay.
Go as far as I can. That's all I got.
So you make it 60 feet. So you make it to the guard. Past the guard. Past Rose. And about 60 feet. Okay. You make it just behind that other guard.
Alright.
And I need you to roll a dexterity check as a crate falls in front of you along the way.
Why am I etching all of the good numbers?
Oh! The crate hits you in the ankle, but you still make it to where you're going. You're having a hard time making it down this hallway. This hallway has it out for you.
I'm straight up and not having a good time right now, brother. No, brother.
Yeah, you're fine.
D20?
Okay. Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. 9.
9? 9 is popular tonight. 9.
Is that the couple?
I swear to God.
We'll find out.
Or you won't. We'll see how it goes. All right. Up next is Rose. It is now your turn.
I will move as far as I can to get closer to the 100 feet away where they turned right.
You make it just up
Yay!
to Thorin. Roll a d20 for me.
I'm just rolling. Okay. $13. So I moved 50 feet. So the turn is like 50 feet in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can I tell if it's a hallway or a door that they turned into?
The hallway is kind of cleared out at this point. There's not many doors on either side. There's a few crates here and there, which is why things haven't started happening again. But you can see a door to the right up front, up ahead of you. A big kind of carved door from what you can make out here.
About 50 feet in front of me?
About 50 feet in front of you.
It's in those doors!
Through them doors!
Hey, the door's right there! Because people are gonna get there before her, so she's just trying to yell it out at people.
Alright. Alright, roll your... Did you roll your d20?
I did. It's a 13.
13.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, it's not popping up on my thing, but I think that's me, not you. Alright. Draxel. Bringing up the rear.
Waka waka. Well, given the fact that I'm bringing up the rear, and last but certainly not least, I want to attempt to second dash to catch up to everybody.
Okay.
It's at 60, correct? Yep.
Yes. You can feel it as you're dashing. You're giving it everything that you can. You see a door open, but you just sweep past it. And you continue along your way. But you feel the exhaustion starting to hit. You don't take a point yet, but you feel that if you try to continue to push yourself just like this, you will take one next round. Okay. With a 13. Yep. Alright, that's your turn. I need you to roll a d20 for me, please.
Damn thing was on a 16 and rolled over to an 8. That's not fair.
Welcome to my problem this entire night.
These fuckers
Alright.
are cursed.
Alright.
Bring back physical dust.
Somehow, through the connection with this item, Rose, you feel it drop down to the ground. And it has stopped 30 feet inside the door.
Okay.
But that's all you know. You just feel it get closer to the ground. Ooh, there we go. Draxel, you make it past. You get up to Nev. Up next is that one. To roll that. The guards stay where they are. They didn't roll very well. They're gonna stay right where they are. It's not looking good for them. Back up to the top is Thorin. Thorin, Nev is on your heels. There's a guard next to you, behind you. That hasn't moved.
Okay. So I had to step away for 1 second for the kids, but
You're okay.
we found out that we were chasing them to the library. Is that?
Yes, based on the detect thoughts. I don't know if Little expressed this to the group.
Oh, okay.
No,
I haven't told anybody.
But I did say it in the door 30,
50 feet from you.
50 feet in front of me. I was like, that door, 50, right there, to the right. So she
Which is
pointed
about-
out what door it is.
Which is about 20 feet from you to the right.
Okay. I'm gonna use my movement to. I feel like Thorn wouldn't wait. I think he would just go through the door, just get through the doors as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Throwing caution to the wind, probably to his own detriment.
If I see him running super fast like that, she'll probably be like, oh, the gym's on the floor. Careful.
Okay. You make it to the door. And the door is closed. And you go to open it, and it seems like it's blocked. I need you to make a strength check for me, please.
Can do. You can tell that he gets like angry at being blocked. He starts like frantically like hitting the door with his shoulder.
For some reason, there it goes. There it goes. You throw your shoulder into the door and it cracks open. And you make it in. And just as you make it in through the door, we're gonna take another short break, real quick. I need just a moment and kind of break from this for just a few moments, and we'll be right back. Okay.
All right.
Nature's calling.
What am I gonna do? I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I'm gonna...
Oh, no. Oh, that's terrible.
He tries to make eye contact with you. Close your eyes.
What?
Just don't make eye contact with him. Then you got nothing to worry about.
That I something in somebody something. And if discovered, then someone will get something. I may have said too much.
What is that?
I thought you'd never ask.
No, I can't be bothered with that. I have no time for that
Not
sort of
necessary.
nonsense.
There shall be no knifing one another. Everybody knows who's in charge.
Me. Right?
Yes, you. Of course. Of course.
What the fuck is going on here?
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
This to me. Out of love.
Kay, what do you mean?
In order to defeat your enemy, you must become your enemy. And so I will become my own worst enemy.
It makes me feel like I have control over my own life. It gives me hope. Maybe I'll have one of my own someday. But I dream.
I know, 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 I know.
Want me to die? Because that's where I am.
Welcome to hell, mother...
I went from happy to angry. Skip said, now I feel like kicking his ass.
From this day forth, you put your faith in me.
I can't do this anymore! I've been living a lie! The truth is... I'm lazy. Oh, it feels so good to be me again.
I'm not leaving.
I'm not leaving. I'm not fucking leaving!
How'd that get in there?
I said I'm not afraid anymore. Do you hear me? I'm not afraid anymore.
Here we go! Are you ready? It's all in 10D and D. Let's play. It's solid 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 10D and D.
solid 10 D&D. Let's play. It's solid 10 D&D.
Adventure's calling.
What am I gonna do? I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I'm gonna...
Oh, no. Oh, that's terrible.
He tries to make eye contact with you. Close your eyes.
What?
Just don't make eye contact with him. Then you got nothing to worry about.
That I something in somebody something. And if discovered, then someone will get something. I may have said too much.
What is that?
I thought you'd never ask.
Hello, and welcome back. We had to take a quick break, but we're back now. Last we had, our party was running down a hallway after some guards. They both fell, but through the find object spell of Rose, she's detected that the gem that they are after has made it through a doorway and has stopped 30 feet in. Thorin, you make it to this doorway and it is very intricately carved. The archway is intricately carved stone that if you had the time, you would like to look at and stare at for a little bit, but you're like I'm gonna make it through this fucking door. And you just fucking blow it open. And before you is a dimly lit library. Ahead of you, on the floor, you see stacks around you, but ahead of you on the floor, in front of a desk, is 2 guards that look similarly dressed to the last, the 2 in the hallway behind you. And there is a small crumpled form that is being surrounded by red light. Shortly behind you, Nev makes it to the door, as does Rose, Little, and Draxel, in that order, filtering through, up the hallway, past the guards. And you see, ahead of you, a bright flash. And the crumpled form on the floor is now slightly bigger and red.
Oh, man.
And you see, coming to stand a little bit taller than a dwarf would and a little bit taller than... a little bit smaller than a human, is a red, scaled, humanoid form with a dragon-like face and big, wild yellow eyes. And the robes that it was wearing matched that of what you saw one of the other clan leaders wearing, of black and purple and a hood that had a mask that folded down from the hood, but it is torn back. There are horns that seem to wrap around its head, and a plume of almost feathers or tendrils. You're not really sure. And stands in front of you a dragon-like creature, not quite dragonborn, but a dragon-like humanoid. And you see in the chest a big red glowing orb, seeming to look a lot like the gem from the top of the throne. At this moment, I would like to ask you, what would you like to do, seeing this as you enter?
Thorin.
You get 1 action.
Oof. Well, first Thorin is going to look to his side where Rose is there and say, definitely not the Tumak.
Yeah.
Does he know his clan colors? I feel like he might, but not know the person.
Tomac was Rory McInnes. It's more like grays and reds.
Okay. Would he recognize the clan though?
Oh, for that one, since it was purple, it was Runeweaver.
Okay.
You know, I'm not even
go to the library.
Told you I didn't take it.
I mean, we could.
I don't like your sass, Draxel.
We have 1 action.
1 action.
All right. I guess we could always ask for it. Right. Thorin is gonna, kind of recompose himself after running down the hall. He's not a big runner. But again, he's gonna be spinning his axe in his hand and be like, I'll give you 1 chance to return the stone before I cut you into pieces. You weird lizard demon. He's gonna do his best, be all puffed up, to try to be as intimidating as possible.
Make an intimidation check. You puff up, and you guys all hear this. And behind you, you hear the pattering of feet and the swell of magic as the two guards slide behind you and cast a spell. And they misty step just beyond the door to stand around this red dragon creature. And they respond to this red scaled, yellow eyed, humanoid creature stares back at you, Thorin. And a gravelly voice. It responds with, "If you want it, come and take it." And I would like for you to roll initiative once more.
While we're doing that, Thorn is gonna just kind of be muttering to himself, like, "I rune weavers didn't work a day in your life, no callus on your hands, writing papers."
Is it just him rolling initiative?
All of you.
Okay. Oh, so now we can roll. Now we can roll.
Yes. It's important to roll good now.
Yeah.
We do have.
Who cares
we
if
use
you weren't
luck on
cool up
initiative
until
rolls?
this point, right? Now you can be super cool.
Yeah. Tables beware. I'm gonna fucking fly across all of you.
Too bad the lady's not in here.
Well.
Making sure that everything's good. Sorry, I haven't
There's
fixed
no-
the thing.
There's no ladies, but there's like 8 tables. 9, sorry.
Field day.
9. I am a lady.
We got like
The lady, like, I'm sorry. Apologies.
All right.
It's fine.
The lady of her heart's desire.
For the moment.
So, Nev, you
Yes.
see this dragon creature address Thorin in a gravelly and deep voice, and ripped robes of black and purple, and you hear it respond to Thorin. But what would you like to do? You're just inside the door, but Thorin's kind of on the staircase.
I've discovered I hate going first. I'm gonna come around on this side, and I have my rapier out, and I'm going to hold my action until one of these fuckers here comes for me, and then I'll attack. But yeah, that's all I got.
All right, so that was your movement and a held action for a trigger. Up next is Rose. Rose, you are just inside that doorway too. You can see it. You're a little bit. Yeah.
Like, I'm right here?
Yes.
Okay. She's gonna cast Calm Emotions on all of them so that they will view all of us, that they're viewing aggressive towards them, as neutral. Until like someone gets harmed. they're indifferent towards us if they fail the save.
Hey, is that what, wisdom?
It is a 15 charisma.
Charisma. Okay. The guards fail. Charisma. And the dragon creature fails. So you see who they're all kind of hunched. Some of them are holding spears. And you notice now the two that were in the chamber are taller. They're more humanoid and more of the size of a human or a tiefling, not a little folk.
Not a me or smaller?
Not a, yeah.
Okay. She will just casually, calmly.
Hold that thought. Hold that
Okay.
thought. I forgot to do a thing.
Okay.
I'm getting used to DM disadvantage. Because I had DM disadvantage.
That's right.
Alright, Mr. DM. I need help here. Save it? Okay. Alright, they already failed. So, nothing changes.
Cool.
But you see their
So she's
stance
going
kind
to-
of slump.
Okay. She's just gonna walk in casually and say, "Oh, hey guys, you know, just checking out this really cool gem," and then start reaching for it.
Well, the gem's not on the floor.
Oh, I thought it was in a chest. I thought it. Well, where is it?
It's in the chest of the creature.
It's in a chest, all right.
Oh, in the chest.
Yes, like
she's not gonna reach in.
It's deep in there.
You get a handful if you want, but
I mean,
Hold on, what kind of battle is this?
sorry, I was thinking treasure chest.
No. It is
Okay.
in
It
the
does not
chest.
reach in. Her
Any
chest.
chest is a treasure chest. Thank you very much. If you're trying hard enough.
Well, darn, I would have totally not cast that spell, but that's fine.
If you would like to, having known that, I mean, Rose saw that. If you would like to back off of that and revert your action, I will let you do so. But that is your call.
You are a very kind and generous DM.
I don't DM very often.
My mind
so.
didn't go the other route, you know? It's like whenever it's not intended to go that route, I guess my brain doesn't. But whenever it's supposed to go that route, my brain's like, it's a regular chest, you know?
But, I mean, Rose
Gotta-
would have seen, especially with a
Yeah, I know.
19 passive perception, you see that it is, like...
Yes. Oh, man! I totally could have roleplayed her whole, like, being able to read lips and stuff earlier. Anyways. That's fine. I would like to undo that.
Okay. So
she will instead use that second level spell that I just threw out there to cast
And that goes for anyone. If something happens and it was a misunderstanding, something happens, you get a free, but only once. That's it.
Yay.
All again.
She's still gonna try to get it out of her chest, just with her hammer, but she can't quite get close enough. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20. No, she could move one more. Oh, she's gonna be surrounded. It's fine. So she's gonna get right up on her, but she'll let, before she got up there, she cast spiritual weapon to behind her. And so the spiritual weapon gets an attack and she's gonna swing.
So we're
aiming for the chest if ever possible.
Is the spiritual weapon like on the desk?
Yeah, well, it's like above, like
Okay.
it's not sitting on the desk.
We're gonna
Maybe
do
it
that.
should be in the shape of a desk, like of a table.
That is the best spiritual weapon of them all.
Just throw the whole desk at them. All right.
Throw the whole IKEA
All right.
furniture collection at them. Or say it's okay, born to throw a chair at them.
Okay. And I believe that spell is whenever you first cast it, it is still a bonus action to cast as well. Yes. Okay. All right. Well, she's gonna bonus action attack with the spiritual weapon that she just did, and then attack with her whatchamacallit.
Okay, go ahead and roll a hit.
Oh, I did damage. I'm so sorry.
You're okay. Preemptively.
Probably missed.
13. 13 does miss.
Okay. Now the warhammer.
That definitely hits. Go ahead.
She
roll
is
it.
single-handedly doing it because she has her shield.
Okay. 10 points. Okay.
Did she hit her chest?
I mean, if that's what you were going for.
She's trying to break it away. Get the gem.
So you run up, shield in hand, kind of trying to fend off the other two, and you take this hammer and you swing it around and you bring it down and you crack it into the depth of the chest where it should be flat, but it is bulbous as the orb is, and you feel it hit something a little bit, but she yells out in pain, and a little bit of blood comes out from around the orb itself and kind of spills out just a little bit.
That was mainly for faith.
That, I will say, is the end of your turn.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Up next, Thorin. You see Nev run past you and brace herself against the wall. You see Rose run up and just take a big ol' thwack and cast something of a big floating desk in the air. Big floating table in the air. You see a bunch of people around Rose. What would you like to do?
I'd like to unmute.
It's a free action.
Yeah. Thorin is, he's still muttering to himself as he's like, Rune Reaver's just telling me that he can't. He's spitting it between his hands and rubbing them together. And he picks up his axe and he's just sort of getting himself worked up. And for my bonus action, I'm going to activate my rage.
Yeah.
Because you're telling me that it's this, and then I want to go and it's. And so he gets all worked up, and he just starts beelining towards the Lorna, the weird dragon lizard person. Where's that? Here it is. Can I get in there? If I'm rushing towards, can I get close enough to attack?
The spots around her in particular are blocked. You can get to the cultist, but she is kind of surrounded.
Sorry about that.
Am I able to jump?
Yes.
Will it take an action to jump? Will I be able to attack after that? That's the question.
No, that's part of your movement, isn't it, Mr. DM? That's part of your movement. Jumping. I got my... It's an action? Okay. It would take an action.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take it out on the first cultist I see then. So
all right.
As I run up, he's gonna be doing his battle cry and this running at him with his fancy axe, his dress axe. And he's just gonna attack.
Okay.
With my vicious great axe. Boy, there's a lot going on here. So it's extra damage. Does it? I wonder if it rolls automatically for rage. Oh, I didn't activate it
Okay. To hit, that just hits.
No. All right, so first up is for slashing.
Okay.
And then a bonus 2d6 for the Vicious Great Axe. Did it add my 2 for rage? Anywhere across there?
I don't see it.
I don't think so.
All right, so it's 20. So 20. It should be 29, right? At level 5.
29.
So coming in first, he's just gonna start hacking away with my first swing, and he's gonna tee up the second swing and come across for the second attack on action.
You do that. You go to swing, and whatever this smaller guard was made out of was not very sturdy. You take it out, and one hit, and it just crumbles. So
He's gonna be almost overjoyed, just be like, and then immediately rush to, as if there's space to fit in where Rose is.
Step on the corpse.
He just wants his swing at the Rune Weaver. So I have enough movement for that, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So as he does that, as the cultist goes down his next swing, he's just gonna step into it to move forward a bit, and then give it the old college try with the dragon lady.
Okay. All right. $26 will hit.
Nice. Less nice. Wait, what just... Whoa. I just saw a bunch of dice flash across my screen.
Yeah, it looks like it rolled like
added...
4 times.
Hold on. That's strange. All right, so 6 was the damage for the slashing. That's what that first one was. So 6.
Okay.
It was 1 plus 5, so that's 6. That other damage, I don't know what that was supposed to be.
Okay.
I guess 5 and 6. So the next one, if we're looking to figure that one out, the 11, I think, is probably the valid one. So it's 6, 11, and then plus 2. So 17, 19. It did 2 hits for some reason.
Okay. So you crumple one, taking your... Are you using your ceremonial...
Yeah, my dress
axe? Okay.
Yes.
You
And if you
take
could
it out.
address it as a dress axe, I would appreciate it.
All right, I'll do it from now on. Your dress axe is adorned beautifully. You drop one of these guards without even trying. You saw him slip in a hallway. You figured he wasn't made of much. You drop him, step over him, and take another swing at this dragon lady. And you hit her in the arm, and the axe almost kind of sticks in, and you have to yank it out. And it's just... You see now the wound is bleeding a lot, and down her arm. And she is just... She seems livid. You did some damage. Is there anything else that you would like to do?
He's gonna be like, "You felt that, didn't you, Rune Weaver?"
She's gonna look at you and she's gonna grin wide. And she goes, "You're gonna feel this." Because it is her turn. She is going to turn to you. Even though she's surrounded, you are in her sights. And she's going to use an arcane burst. And forgive me, as I do DM disadvantage. So you see her hand kind of swell. She uses a little bit of the power, some kind of arcane energy that pulls out of her blood that's dripping down her arm and coats around her hand, and she kind of rolls it around in her hand and throws it out at you. So a 10. Does a 16 hit?
A 16 does hit, yes.
Okay.
Damn.
So this magic hits you, and you feel it absorb into your chest. So that's 17 points of psychic damage. But if you're raging,
My damage resistance is only to bludgeoning, piercing,
Only
and slashing.
physical, isn't it? Not
Yeah.
psychic.
okay, you feel it hit your chest, and it seems to pulse up through your neck, up the back of your spine, and almost cradle the back of your head. You take 19 points of psychic damage.
Oh, 19.
Not 19, 17. It was 17. I'm so sorry. You said I was still thinking about the 19 from last time. Okay. She sees that hit you. She takes another one and hits it towards Rose, having been hit by her.
Warhammer chest.
It's going to be another 16.
My AC is 20.
All right, it goes and it almost ricochets off your armor and shoots past and goes into one of the bookcases, and books fly off the shelf and clatter onto the floor. She sees that doesn't hit, and she goes to make another one as I throw dice around on my desk. And that's gonna be a 15, so I'm assuming that doesn't hit with an AC of 20. So again, it glances off and it goes in the opposite direction, and it hits the door and almost seems to leave a black burn mark across it. And with that, she can't move. So she is going to stay right where she is. Up next is one of the cultists. Let me fix a thing. It's updated a lot since the last time I've used maps. Alright. Okay. So this one has a spear, and he's gonna roll out at you, Rose. He's gonna try to make a melee attack against you. Rolled a 2. Didn't happen. So it swings at you and whiffs. Thorin, you feel the wind off of this as it kind of just rolls over your head. It's like even though they're short, they forget that you're short too, and they... and it misses. And... it's gonna try to move out of the way. But you get an opportunity attack, Rose, if you would like it. So 5.
Yes, please.
Okay, go ahead. Whack.
15.
15 doesn't hit.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
You go to hit it, and the hammer almost picks up the back of the cloak where that hood is attached, and it runs past. 10, 15, 20. It's going right up to you, Nev.
Oh, I bet it is. I gotta slap that bitch around.
Ooh, I'm about to make a name for myself here.
Cause I get 2 attacks per action. I hate that bitch. I wanna hit it with my rapier.
You wanna what?
Hit it with my rapier.
Rapier.
Doesn't this sound any better? I sure chose that one. Let's see. You were okay. You better have done that 18. You better have done that 18. I swear to God.
24 definitely hits. Full
18?
damage.
12?
Okay. You take your rapier and do a little flourish and jab it out to this cultist, and you catch it through the cloak and you feel it hit. Go ahead and roll your next attack.
It's not gonna make it. If I can. Hold on. I'm scroll. If I can scroll it. 21?
21 definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage again.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
And you do another twist and go in for seconds. You hit it and you feel it attach this time, and you have to almost yank it out. It's bleeding, and it's still
strong.
Damn it.
Bonk.
Anyways, bonk indeed. That's your held action. That's their movement and their action. That's all they're gonna do. Up next is the cultist right next to Lorna, as they are labeled on this, and they will take another jab with their spear at you, Rose.
Okay.
Doesn't hit.
Yes.
Gonna stay right there because I just saw you whack the other one.
I like being a cleric.
And then the last one, it's gonna look at you, Thorin, and it sees that you just killed its friend.
I did.
Wait, which one is dead?
There's one that's disappeared.
Okay.
Under Thorin.
Got it.
I moved him over there, but
Got it. Okay, sorry.
you're okay. Does a I can do math. 17 hit.
It does.
Okay. You get 5 whopping points of piercing damage.
I am resistant to piercing damage.
Okay. So get half, so it is 2 points of piercing damage. And it kind of jabs at you, and he goes, in the depth of the mask. Or the hood. But he's gonna stay there. And at this time, he's dead. Little, you're still in the archway of the door.
Yes.
You can see down the hall, or down the steps, and you can see that there is a cloaked figure individual in front of Nev, and you can see the group out by the kind of a table, you think. There is a floating table in the air as well. Tables.
Okay, well, I guess the first thing I'm gonna do is move. If this ruler is accurate, then 25 feet should get me right here.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of don't want to leave Nev in the dust, but also I think this is more useful than singling out anybody. I'm gonna cast Flaming Sphere at 3rd level, and it is a Dex 14 save. I'm going to, let me see, I have 60 feet, so I'm gonna place it. I don't know how to ping. Hold up.
It looks like a little target.
Yeah, I see it now. I do have a question though. Is this table that's on the map, like, is it an actual table?
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything on the table?
From what you can tell, it kind of looks like a book.
Okay, okay. I think I want to spawn it right here. Can you see this?
I can't. How big is that sphere?
So the thing about Flaming Sphere is it is a 5-foot diameter, but any creature that ends its turn within 5 feet of the spear makes the dex throw and takes the damage. And then I can move it. Hold on, I'll just send it to the game log. So it's technically 5 feet, but it damages anyone within 5 feet. So like if, I guess the square next to it.
Okay. So I'm gonna roll for the cultist and the friend. You said dexterity, and DC was 14, correct?
Yes. Yes, yes.
So the guard, or the cultist right there, fails.
Okay. Roll damage.
And Lorna, the dragon creature, succeeds.
Okay.
Question? Was that as soon as it appears and then if it ends its turn there?
Well, actually, let me see.
Because I'm within 5 feet, so
I didn't even think about that. I should have moved
it's okay.
it to the other side.
I just need
I'm
to know.
so sorry. I was thinking, I don't know why I was. Oh my gosh. No.
We just danced. Whatever, it's fine.
It doesn't say it doesn't. Well, no, it doesn't say it does immediate damage. It's not an instantaneous. This is a concentration spell. So I actually don't think it damages anyone until the start of their next turn.
Okay.
So I'll just wait to roll mine. They already rolled theirs, but I'll wait to roll mine.
I think
Or do you
that's
want me to go ahead and roll it?
Let's see.
Is it Flaming Sphere?
I'm so sorry. I don't know why I was thinking, because I don't know. I should have put it like right here. But also, like, I'm so afraid of burning that book that's on the table.
It's understandable.
Flaming sphere. Where's it at? Where's it at? Alright. Create a 5-foot sphere, occupied space, lasts for the duration. Any creature that ends its turn within 5 feet makes a dexterity throw. As a bonus action, you can move it. If you move the sphere into a creature's space, that creature makes the save against the sphere, and the sphere stops moving for the turn.
But that looks like it's an extension of the bonus action move.
Yeah, it is.
So I do. So I could use my bonus action because I use the action to cast the sphere, right? So technically, okay. So I don't know.
Okay, Little didn't notice. Little.
So you used an action to cast it. You can, if you would like to, as a bonus action, move it up to 30 feet.
Okay, I'm gonna move it into Lorna's space. Well, no, wait. Well, I don't. If yeah, I guess I'll move it into Lorna's space if you're rolling again. Because technically, I know what you rolled, so I feel like that's like I don't.
I've already rolled it. So I was
okay.
gonna use it for the next one anyways. Or I can re-roll. As for the duration, any creature that ends its turn. I think since it's entered its space already, because that's where you cast it. I would think in my mind, it's a sphere that is on fire.
Yeah.
It's gonna feel hot, so they're gonna take the damage. So she's gonna take half of that damage, and so would the guard. And I believe that Rose would make a dexterity saving throw as well. The only reason I say that is because it's entered the space already.
Yeah.
And it's a sphere that is on fire.
Okay, all right. So I'll roll damage and see what it is. That was 5.
Did I succeed the saving throw? 16?
Yeah, it was a 14.
So it'll be half.
I've never used this spell before. Maybe
That's
should. Okay, and
Oh,
that
yeah, half
is
as
gonna be my
much.
turn.
It would be 2 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And all right. So you moved it into the space. It is there. Use your action, bonus action. Use
Yes.
movement,
everything.
Movement. So now Draxel, again bringing up the rear.
I took a nap. Sorry. What's going on?
We're fighting.
Oh, really? Well, how interesting. So I am in the doorway as well, like everyone else was. So, seeing that Nev is by themselves there with a cultist of their own, I will step up and have my thrill rapier out and go to attack that one.
Okay. A 10 does not hit. So it
Nev
glances.
like can't perform well under pressure. Draxel.
A solid 10 does not hit.
That needs to be a written rule for our channel now. Solid 10 hits. So with that, then I can't do that bonus action that I have then because it didn't hit, correct?
Let me double check. I believe. A melee attack that involves using your body to do one of the following.
Because it does follow, it falls under the bonus action part of it.
I believe that you can try to make an attack with it, yes.
Okay.
As a bonus action.
Well, after
It's-
missing with the
just make
first
sure you-
one, yeah, I was gonna say, after missing with the first one and hearing Nev said can't perform under pressure, I'll bring out the other rapier, the kill rapier, and go for the second swipe attack as dual
Okay.
wield.
Make sure that you're using your bonus action damage. Because I think
Right.
it's slightly different.
Yeah, it has a button beside it for the damage on it.
Okay. 19 does hit.
All
He needs a clap for Nev.
Roll that damage. 2 points of piercing damage.
It's a flesh wound.
It's gotten stabbed in the chest and now it's getting stabbed in the side and it's like, oh no! Ugh. You've used your action, your bonus action, and some of your movement.
How much was that? Then that would have only been like 10 movement, correct? Or,
Yeah.
Yeah, 10. So I have 20 left. So then Drax was gonna look at Nev. I helped you out a little bit. Good luck. And then move.
Aren't you gonna get an opportunity attack?
He will get an opportunity attack if you leave.
Wait a minute. I had this written down and I lost what I was going to do. No, I'm not. Not this round. I'm moving up to the next one. So no, I won't move. I'll stay there.
Okay. All right. Back up at the top, Nev. You have a cultist looking you in the face from the depth of a hood that just got jabbed in the side by Draxel. It's your turn.
I'm gonna stab that motherfucker.
I'm gonna stab that bitch.
Hold on, I'm reading something. Sorry. I should have done this, but I was too busy talking shit. Okay, no, I won't do that this round because I'm pretty sure. Okay. Rapier. 22 to hit.
22 hits.
6 points of damage.
You're gonna take this other swipe at it, and you stab through the shoulder, and as you pull out, a little bit of blood, it coughs, and a little bit of blood comes out of the mouth and kind of splatters across your face.
I thought, okay. Okay. I am going to use a superiority die.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to do a trip attack.
Uh-huh.
And wait, no, wait. Is this cultist large or smaller than me?
It is smaller than you.
Okay, I'll continue. It's got to make a strength saving throw of DC 14, and if it fails, I'm knocking that bitch to the ground. And rapier attack. Ooh. Is a 16 hit?
16 just hits.
Ooh.
But it
Damn.
rolled a 13 with a +1 to 14.
That bitch. Anyways, it still got hit with 9 points of damage.
Even though you didn't trip it, you take this rapier and you... As a matter of fact, why don't you paint me a word picture of what this looks like?
Is this a, how would I like to do this? Honest?
No, not quite, because it's not the final character, but kind of.
The failure to trip it makes Nev mad, and Nev is already mad because there's blood on her face. So she just, kneecap privileges revoked.
So you stab it through the shoulder, yank it out, stab it again, and then down on the kneecap, and it just lays out flat as you schmurder this cultist, and it is very dramatically laid out on the red rock floor with its cloak.
Nev's
displayed
gonna look
upon.
at Draxel and just take her glove and fling get the blood off and there. I say you kill one of these things. Not the little scratches.
Oh, keep it up.
Scratches are only good in one place, not here.
That's about.
You have used your action. You have a bonus action and your movement. What would you like to do?
I'm going to
bonk.
No, I don't really have anything for bonus action because I don't need the second wind. So I'm pulling up beside Thorin.
Okay. Thorin, you feel the wind rush past you in your rage, and beside you, you feel the presence of Nev.
Is it a free action if Thorn reaches into his belt where he had the leather strap and he pulls out the handkerchief and holds it back?
Sure. It is covered in barbecue sauce.
All over the place.
Nev like picks it up by the corner and finds like a clean little inch of it and just starts like wiping it off. It's much appreciated.
You notice that even with the mask, you can still feel it because the mask is a part of your. But you can still feel it a little bit, so it like smears. All right, that's the end of your turn. Rose, you just got burned by a flaming rock.
She's gonna look at Little and be like, I mean, I know that they're just trying to make me look like a rose again with the red, but it's a lot. The glow was working earlier, but the
Question: if they start their turn in the proximity of it, do they still have to? Is it, or if it? Is
it's
it
when they end their turn.
Okay,
If
I
they're
just wanted to
ending
make
it.
sure.
I just read it earlier to double check.
I read it earlier too, and I forgot.
So I have a question about how y'all do walking through party members.
Walking through party members, if you are going past it and stopping at a different block, you can. If you're trying to get to a spot that is already occupied, you cannot do that.
Is it double movement to move through allies?
Where are you trying to go?
Some do that, some don't. So okay, so it is double movement,
For
or
sure
it
on
can't be
halflings.
done.
Just like the Nildoran.
Okay, gotcha. Cool. It's fine. Getting a little fire. She's gonna turn her attention to this cultist that's beside her.
Yep. As you do.
And she's gonna attack with her warhammer.
Okay.
Oof.
A 9 does not hit.
She's going to move her spiritual weapon kind of like above and over the table. It's gonna move above and over kind of the flaming spear. Her table's not made of like real wood, so it's fine. And then she's gonna hit the cultist with it, hopefully.
Okay.
Oh.
And 11 misses. I'm sorry.
She's going to end her turn there and do a dex saving throw. She doesn't want to take 2 attack of opportunities to try to go around the sphere, but she'll take 1 once that one's dead. She failed that, so I'll take the full damage if you would like to roll that for me.
Oh man.
Watch you do like 2.
No. I'm crying. Oh my god.
A lot.
Burns. Okay.
How you doing there, Rose?
Solid 50%. It's fun.
Okay. All right. Is that in your turn?
I think she's gonna take the hits next time.
Okay.
I don't think she's gonna move next time.
Well, I have a plan.
She doesn't know that.
Up next is
Oh,
Thor.
God.
You have Rose beside you, who's starting to smell a little toasty. You have Lorna to your right, kind of just, and a cultist in front of you, with a spear. What would you like to do?
All right. Thorin is still fuming. How much time has gone on so far? And
This is round 2.
Yeah.
So, not much. About 12 seconds.
oh, good. Okay. So he's still all fuming from. He's like, Weaver, and he's obsessed with the fact that he feels slighted. So he's going to make the decision to attack relentlessly.
Okay.
Giving him advantage, but also giving enemies advantage against him. He's going to do that with a frenzy. Because he said, but I got it.
All right.
So I'm going to attack with my... Where is it? Attack with my my dress axe.
Your dress axe.
With advantage. Roll it.
26 definitely hits.
Nice. Okay, so I need to attack with the axe. Attack with the axe's bonus damage. Add 2 for raging, and then do another 2d6 for frenzy for my first attack.
All the math.
All the math. $17 and... All right, so the first attack is going to be 24 with my rage. And then for my frenzy, I do 2d6. So I say 24, so 36 for the first attack.
That drops him too.
This is Lorna?
Oh, to Lorna? Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
So sorry. I'm so sorry.
He's
You're
very
okay.
focused on lizard lady. So as he's doing that, this is without frenzy, the second attack. It's only for the first attack.
Yep.
But then his next attack, which I think is without advantage. Yeah, so this next attack is without advantage. Fingers crossed.
24 will hit.
Nice. Okay. He's just gonna finish it up with an additional 17 plus 2, so additional 19. So did I say 34 before? 34 and 19?
Yeah. Oh, she's
53? Is that right?
Oof.
Did I math that?
That sounds right. That sounds about right. She's not down for the count. She's hurting. She's hurting a lot. She's bleeding a lot more. She's got a few more holes in her.
He's focusing all that on the gem in the chest.
Okay.
Trying
So
to
you're
crack.
kind of cutting like almost if you've ever seen someone cut down a pomegranate where they cut like the stem out and pull it out, like you're trying to like make spaces where you could. But it's still holding strong. Still holding strong. Up next is Lorna. She will use as a bonus action Misty Step to bamf 30 feet. She is going to vamp herself this way. She's going to turn and vamp herself out that way as a bonus action. And then just can't do much else. she's just gonna end her turn there because that kind of stuff. Yep, they use the spell slot, and then a wonderful cultist right next to Rose is on fire from this flaming sphere and is weighing their options of all the things. They're gonna take a swing out at Rose with their spear from the sphere. All the
Spear
work.
near the sphere.
Yep. That doesn't hit. To 17. And
Nope.
it's gonna take its chances, and then it's gonna run.
I'm
Fine. Go for it.
12.
Tough
Can
does
you use a
not
luck
hit.
point?
You could
Ooh, I
use
could. I
If you
will.
want to use it.
Shabam, I'm gonna use one. That's what shabam means. 20.
20 hits. So you see this cultist like look around and is like tries to take a swing at you and then runs the other direction as you whack it with your hammer for 8.
Yes.
So damage. And it's gonna run and it's gonna like plant themselves against the shelf. And that's their turn. Up next is the cultist in front of Thorin, who's kind of like pinned, like pinchered against this table. And it's just gonna kind of look around. It's kind of like a caged animal, like seeing everything that's going on. It's like, I might take a swing. Does a 19 hit? Thorin.
Thorn? Oh yeah, totally.
Okay. You get another 5 points of piercing damage.
Oof. Is that the half points?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. Since you're still raging.
Is it five is halved or half of 5?
Half of 5 is
Okay.
going to be 2 points.
Alrighty.
And it's just
Different
gonna
point I can get.
it's just gonna kind of like start backing up, and it's gonna run this way. And both Nev and Thorin get an opportunity attack.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna smack that bitch. Can I use a luck point on an opportunity attack?
Mr. DM.
I mean, didn't I just do that?
That's
Oh,
true.
nice.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm using another luck point.
You
It
have to
didn't
say
get much
shabam.
better. It didn't get much better.
Does 15 hit, or can I use a luck point?
If you would like to use a luck point, you can. It does not hit.
Are we getting low on luck points yet?
No.
We
I
had
think we each
10.
have 2. I think we each
You'll
have
be at
2.
7. No.
Yeah, we're 7 now.
All right, I'll use a luck point. Please be worth it.
17 hits.
Oh,
Okay.
Yes. Get 'em.
All right, for the
Oh my gosh, hold on just a second. Give your 2 points back. Because I forgot that you hit it with, it had disadvantage on its attack against you. Didn't it? Because you used Reckless?
No, it has advantage on.
Oh, it
attack
has.
against me.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Then never mind. Disregard. He still takes 12 points of damage.
Now, do I do the bonus damage with this weapon when it's? No, it says any creatures it hits. Any creature it hits, so it gets an additional 2d6, an additional 10.
Hey.
So was that total 22 total?
22 points. Oh, you hit it and it kind of trips and kind of falls into the bookcase, and it's gonna stay right there. He's hurting. He's bleeding a little bit. All right, Little, you're standing in front of a brazier. You see a flaming sphere across the room. And a
flaming rose.
and a toasty rose.
Oh no. Well, okay, the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move this sphere. It has, I think, is it 60 feet? I think
it's 30 feet. Hey.
Yeah, it is 30 feet. Either way, it's going to, let me measure again. Yeah. So I'm gonna move it right like here. Well, actually, I'm gonna move it into Lorna's space so that it hits her, hopefully.
Okay.
So that's the first thing I'm gonna do. It is a Dex 14 save. And
She rolled a natural 16, so she takes half damage.
okay, let me. Goodness. No!
All them sixes and stuff on me.
Literally. At least it's still 5 damage. I'm gonna save my sorcery points, I think. So what I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna cast a 2nd level chromatic orb. And I think I get to choose like a damage type, and
yes.
I don't know. I don't really know what to choose, so I guess I'll just go with fire because I didn't like.
Okay.
So let me see. This is to hit.
Okay. Who are you aiming it at?
Lorna.
Lorna?
It has 120 foot range, I think.
21 definitely hits.
Oh, it's 90 feet range, but it doesn't matter. Okay, and then I will roll damage. I'm trying to decide if I want to use those rolls or not. I'm gonna re-roll 2d8. I'm gonna use a let me see, how many is it? I have Metamagic Empowered Spell, which allows me to spend a sorcery point to re-roll up to 3 damage dice. I'm gonna roll the 2 and the 4. I'm gonna re-roll those. And I think I have to roll them individually, so I'm gonna do it like this. It's a D8, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I have to use these new numbers for the ones that I replaced.
So that should be 22 points?
Yes.
22 points of fire damage. So you take out your gem that you use to cast this spell, and it swirls around your hand, and you whip it and throw it across the room, a flaming sphere almost emulating the one that you have on the ground, that burnt and crisped rose just a little bit.
Oh no,
Lorna, and it wraps itself around this figure and almost engulfs her into flames, and you see the red scales, from what you can see, kind of seem to peel up just a little bit, and it lets out this bellow of a scream in pain. That is your action. That is your bonus action.
Oh, cool.
You have moment. You have a moment of movement. What would you like? Would you like to move?
No, I'm not gonna move. I'm just gonna stay. Well, no, I'm just gonna stay where I'm at.
All right. That is your turn. Draxel, you were standing in the archway at the bottom of a staircase.
Bringing up the rear.
Best one to do it.
Oh, that's what we're calling it now.
Let's see.
What good support you are.
What good support I am. So, if I did my math and everything correct, and you can help correct me, I'm actually going to start off with a bonus action using Cunning Action.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to use that to take a dash movement.
All right. You get to
for the
double your
full-
movement, so you
yeah,
get
for the
60 feet.
full- Yes, and what I'm planning to do, if I can count it correctly, is where's the? I'm gonna ping it just so you'll know. Is to do the full 60, gonna go to here,
Mm-hmm.
up, and in front of Lorna. And if I mathed that correctly, I think it was only 57.
So 15, 25.
Ooh, DM disadvantage.
Yeah,
Mhm.
saw that.
So would that get me up there to in front
35.
of Lorna?
Yes, absolutely. You
Okay.
get all the way there.
Okay.
Nice job.
So Rose,
Go right.
you are standing there, kind of breathing off the heat of this flaming sphere,
So hot.
and like you're like trying to, part of your like cloak has caught fire, and you're like putting it out, and you just see this blur of movement just move past you, and you feel the wind off of it, and kind of whips your hair a little bit, and you see standing in front of Lorna Draxel. Now Draxel, what would you like to do?
I would like to use my action for my thrill rapier to attack Lorna.
Okay.
Come on, dice, don't fail me now.
Can I use a free action to say something to Draxel?
Absolutely.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Get on the other side of her. The fire hurts.
Oh yeah.
That hits.
I'll be damned, it actually hit.
It's still
You
hot.
got it this time.
Yay! Now let me attack for the damage.
Nice.
That would be 10.
Okay. So you take your rapier and you, using this movement, you just got showed up by Nev. You're like, ah, I got a point to prove. I got a point to prove. She stole that gem before I got the opportunity to steal that gem.
That's my shit, yo.
I ask you now, Draxel, how do you want to do this?
Stab the fucking rapier in her chest and get the gem out. Put it in my pocket. Yeah.
Thorn is gonna yell, "I loosened it for ya!"
You take this rapier and you sink it into her chest and almost use it as leverage to pop the gem out, and it lands in your hand and it's covered in blood. And you kind of kick her off of your sword and she falls prone, and her form seems to revert in on itself, and you feel the mask on your face seem to loosen. And you have the gem in your hand. That's your action. You used a bonus action and your movement. We're still in initiative. I'm assuming that ends your turn.
As he pushes her off the rapier, get off of my shit.
You're still
And he-
standing next to a flaming sphere that is within 5 feet of you, and you have 5 feet of movement left. What would you like to do?
Move 5 feet away from the fucking sphere.
Direction, just move me.
No. You have successfully thwarted this creature, but there are still 2 live guards in the room. We go back up to the top. Nev, what would you like
all
to
up
do?
to y'all now.
So this dude's in the prone, like in a bookcase.
Not prone. He is
He's just
standing.
like
he just kind of like bumped himself into a like face full of book.
I gotta go and fuck him up some. And I want to use a superiority die to. Oh. Okay. I want to make I want to use precision attack, and I can add a D8 to my roll just in case I fuck up. Okay, that's 10 and a D8. Fuck me. That's still 14.
14 is not it.
I'm going to attack again. 13. I'm going to use action surge.
All right.
I'm going to attack one more time. That's a 23.
23 hits.
Noise.
The blood threw me off. I got lady on the brain. I got a lot going on. That is max damage of 13.
You run this cultist through.
Yep.
And your rapier stops because it has hit the bookshelf. And they just kind of slump on the end of your sword.
Man, I'll take it out and I'll just like wipe it on them.
Okay. And they fall prone. Are
they dead?
They are dead. That is the end of your turn. Rose.
I'm gonna use my action.
Oh, if you want to move, you can. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Did you say that you were gonna move?
I mean, that was some movement.
Okay.
I'm
just sorry.
I'm gonna like lean on the desk and watch Rose fuck this other cultist up.
You're gonna what? All right, now Rose, what were you gonna do?
Man, she was gonna do something other than go after that cultist. Now she has to do like a wisdom check real quick just to see if she's gonna go after the. She's gonna do what she was already gonna do. Okay, so she's gonna look to Thorin and use Channel Divinity and heal the two of us. I'm taking 15 health back. You're taking 10.
Nice.
As my action. As my bonus action, I'm moving my table from near me to right over where that cultist is. It's like the 5-foot thing for it. And attacking with a spiritual weapon.
Okay. 18 hits.
8
points of damage.
And now that Lorna's down, she was gonna walk over towards her a little bit away from the spear, but she's not going to anymore. She's just gonna kind of chill right. Actually, she's gonna move over to the cultists and just like stare at them and hold her warhammer like she's getting ready to smack them next time. Even though probably not gonna live till next time, but there you go.
Okay. Next is Thorin. You've just been healed.
He feels, Thorin feels refreshed. He's going to walk up to the side of Rose and just say, "Thank you, Lass," and then pick up his axe and once again, because it doesn't really matter, relentlessly attack this lone cultist with a frenzy, and just try to do as much damage as possible.
Okay.
So advantage on this. Trying not to hit the table, the spiritual table, of course.
Oh, thank you.
24 definitely hits.
Okay, so let's go with 13 plus. So 24 plus 2, 26, and then 26 and 7. Did I just stop mathing?
Yes. How would you like to do this?
He's just he was really looking forward to killing the Rune Weaver, so he's just gonna keep slamming the axe into. I have a little one down here.
It's okay.
Into the cultist. There's nothing but a mist.
You watch, Rose, as Thorin turns this cultist into putty.
That's what Neve's gonna do later. Or Nev. Sorry. Normally I don't get to say it, I get to type it. It just kinda came out.
As you exhale your final deep breath as you swing your axe, your dress axe, one last time. You guys are all breathing heavily, still confused as to what's going on. What would you like to do?
Thorn is gonna say, "Do we have to run back down that hallway?" While he's
Think we
cleaning
can
off his
walk?
dress axe.
We should probably bring her. I think that would be best.
Did Lorna resort back to like?
She did. She did revert back to a dwarven form.
All right, Thorn
Rose
will walk
takes
over.
her mask off.
You're able to safely remove your mask.
Nev will remove her mask too. And there's like blood on it. It's like, ugh.
Thorn's gonna leave it on. And he's gonna pick up Lorna and throw her over, or this dwarf. I don't know if he knows who it is. Throw her over her shoulder.
Draxel, what are you doing at this gym?
What gym? What are you talking about?
We are not stealing the gem, Draxel.
You don't know that he has it.
Thorin walked over there and picked her up. Was the gem still in her chest?
Thorin, the gym is gone.
Pocketed it, but and slowly
can choose-
walking away. Back.
All right, it's time to take the gem back. Thorin, you got it?
But there's nothing here. He doesn't really care about the gem. He just was more excited to kill the Rune Weaver.
Oh, well, let me cast that spell real quick so I can find it. Locate object at a second level, or third rather. Oh no, where is it? Because we have to bring it back.
It pings Draxel.
She's gonna
At that moment, at that moment, as I see them all start running towards me, I will turn around, and in the area they are all facing, cast darkness and dash away.
Well, we're just leaving. We weren't running at you. We were leaving the room. But okay.
And you think Nev is chasing after you? You think Nev is chasing after you? Let's be real.
Nope.
I guess Rose, given that this is like she's a cleric, and this is like the dwarven capital city, she's gonna go after him and find the red stone that was literally the only reason she came out here in the first place. So she runs after him. She runs straight, like he casts darkness, but like we were heading out of a door. So, and I can sense where it is.
Is it magical darkness?
Yeah.
Yes. Draxel, you cast darkness. And you run back down the hallway. Roll a d20 for me.
Reverse chase. My money's on the cart.
Now it's the couple.
It's the
So
couple
there's
in a
another one.
cart.
There we go.
Let me consult the voices in my head. Hold on. So, where is the gem?
Let's see. I don't carry a pouch, so it'd be like in a pocket on the inside of my coat.
This thing is the size of a very large grapefruit. It is not fitting in a top pocket.
Set it inside the coat and hold it under my arm then. Not in a pocket, but just kind of like carrying it hidden.
Okay.
Maybe.
The group behind you cannot see you. None of you guys know you know where he went. But you can't see him. Yes? Oh, that's right. That is.
I cast it, so I sense the movement. I just follow the movement out of the darkness without even, and then I'll keep following it.
Mm-hmm.
Since I know exactly where he is. Because I used that 3rd level spell slot.
Wasn't it a straight hall anyway?
It is a straight hall, but there were things in the hall.
Oh, okay.
There are doors.
Great.
Roll a dexterity check for me. Draxel, as you're trying to make an escape down this hall, you run into a tripwire. You trip, and you go stumbling down the hallway. You take 2 points of bludgeoning damage as you have fallen prone. You guys hear a crash down the hall, but not through the darkness.
Well, Rose started moving as soon as he started doing that, so I don't know how close she is to him. Like, cause she started going as soon as he did that. So she was already going after him before he even did dark.
Are we all just walking down the hall anyway, though?
I don't know where we are right now.
Casually walking down the hall?
You guys are walking out of the library. Draxel, in this moment, you are face down. You are face down in the hallway. What would you like to do? You are on the dirt. You are on the ground. You've made it quite a bit down the hallway. You were going fast as fuck, boy. You trip over the wire and you skid. You guys make it out into the hallway. Still kind of in the darkness. Thorin probably holding Lorna. You make it through kind of first, and then your hulking figure, and you can kind of see the outline of him.
I'm just gonna yell down the hall. I'm gonna throw my axe. Because it went so well the first time.
Damn.
I assume that you've gotten back up and you're running. You guys see him running down the hall.
I mean, she's running after him, so I don't.
Roll a d20 for me. This one's different. Draxel.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking to me because I said
You're
I
okay.
was running.
You're okay. Roll a perception check, the rest of you. Okay?
I don't need to though, right?
You do not.
Okay.
Quick question.
Yes.
I don't know what this takes. I have my Gem of Seeing, which gives me true sight for... I mean, I don't really need it, but it gives me true sight for 10 minutes to 120 feet in front of me. Is that like an action to apply, to look through?
Yes. You guys are out of the darkness now.
Okay, I guess I don't. I guess...
You can use it if you would like to, but you can see him running down the hallway.
Okay.
Draxel, you are running down the hallway. You are looking every which way. You hear from the other end of the hall a clamoring of feet, and as you look down, you see the queen. There are doors on either side. There are barrels. There are crates. The queen's coming towards you. The group is behind you. What are you doing?
Hold on, let me consult the voices in my head. Oh, hell no. Okay.
You guys look
Okay.
down the hallway. You guys are closing in on him. Again, another plume of darkness opens into the hallway. Little, are you using your gem?
Yes, I am gonna go ahead and use it.
Okay. Draxel, I need you to roll a simple dexterity check for me. Go ahead and do that for me.
So just click dexterity across the top.
Yes. Okay. What is your passive perception, Little?
13.
13? Okay. In the time, this plume of darkness expands into the hallway, and you can't see it, and you reach, you're like, oh, and you reach out for your gem, and you cast it, and in that time, Draxel's not there. You hear a door close, but he's not there. You can see through it. You're muted.
How long have I been muted?
How
I
long have
just
you been
realized.
So y'all didn't hear me say anything about like how well she started running as soon as he left, and things like she's just going through the darkness, following the thing. Like none of that.
No.
Wow, she's been going after him the whole time.
Okay.
Because she can sense where he is.
You feel the gem tuck into a room.
Mm-hmm.
You can't see.
She says it out loud as she keeps going.
Okay. You find the door. You find the door through which he passes through. And you open it. Still a little bit of darkness.
Mhm.
You're not. You're trying to catch up, but as you open the door, the window is thrown open. You sense it, and you sense where the orb is, but he is not in the room anymore.
Okay, I yell down the hall and I say, one of the people that got the gem back for you is running off with it. They jumped out of this window. And she's gonna take a look out the window and see what she sees.
You see you look out and you see the red rock. You can still sense it, but there is a drop of about 15 feet. And you see Draxel running, just bolting. From behind you, you hear the voice of the queen yell out, "Guards!" And she is trying to find her way through the darkness as I consult.
How far away was he as soon as she had gotten to the window?
120, 130. He's a fast motherfucker.
Man, she did not chase very, very, very good. Okay. Well, she just kind of turns around and walks back, and that's it. He's that way. He ran. He's running this direction. I can sit here as long as you want, and I can tell you where it is until it gets 1,000 feet away from me.
Thorin just walks by the door and just keeps going into the main hall with Lorna on his shoulder, saying it's probably for the best anyway.
Queen, I am not very fast, but sorry. It was used to do an evil thing. Transformation of sorts. So I don't know if it should just be in the hands of anybody.
Okay, I would like to try something. If it's okay, I have the message cantrip, and I don't. Okay, I guess I have two questions. First of all, can you use skills like conversational skills like persuasion, intimidation, and deception if you're telepathically communicating with somebody?
I would say intimidation, yes. Persuasion, maybe not. Intimidation, depending on what you say.
Okay.
It would have to be. The reason I say this is persuasion is more of a coming to an agreement of convincing. Intimidation could be blackmail. It could be a tone that you use. It could be anything of that sort. So it depends on what you're trying to pick at.
Okay, let me think for just 1 second. Yeah, I can do that. So
What's the distance on a message cantrip?
120 feet.
120 feet. He's gone at this point.
Oh, okay. He is. Okay. Good enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys stand
Yeah,
back
because
out
he
the
was
hall.
120 away as soon as I reached the edge of the window.
Yeah, you are right.
You make it back out to the hallway, and you hear Queen Rosalind from down the hall say that the gem was found anyways. We can send a scout out for it. But we have... She kind of seems defeated. But she says, it would be a shame if all this ale went to waste.
Not on my watch, Queenie.
You can throw the garbage in those crates over there, and we'll enjoy the rest of the night.
He just tosses.
Come. We've got quite the party to endeavour. Don't you worry. We'll find it.
Thorn will look down and see just an empty stein or tankard on the ground and just pick it up. Right then.
You see Queen Rosalind lean over to one of the clan members. This one of seems to be the hunting, as there's a pin on a shoulder with crossed arrows. She whispers, covering her mouth, and
oh man.
And they dart off down the hallway. And she guides you guys back to the ballroom.
Okay, real quick. Is it possible for me to cast Detect Thoughts to hear what she's thinking while she's speaking to him?
Rosalind?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, it is a Wisdom 14.
Failure. Surface thoughts are... ruined a party. Waste of alcohol. The deeper thoughts are... I'll send the guild. Let's see if we can find them. And you hear surface thoughts of Ernesto's deserved better. And she turns and walks away.
Okay, interesting, thank you.
And at this time, our adventure comes to a close.
We're not going to RP all the ale drinking?
I mean, you can if you absolutely want to.
We can create like a post session chat.
Got luck points to use. Come on.
I still have like 4 spell slots.
Yeah, me too. 3.
Nev still has her second win. She's going to Lady Evelyn.
Man.
It was fun, my friends.
Well done.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Thank you for joining me in my adventure
Hell
of silly masks and fire.
It's been so cool.
No, it's been hot.
Whoa!
Damn it. Ads rolled again, apparently. Keep trying to snooze them, and I've run out of snoozes.
You've been snoozing the shit out of them things.
I have. Like, moments were coming, and I'm like, snooze. But I'm out.
Rose forgives little. It's okay.
That was the worst. I should have cast command. I should have cast command instead of used that gem of seeing. I could have probably done it too. Oh man, That's gonna haunt my dreams tonight.
No, you can see them to cast it on them. Don't you have to see the person to cast command?
Yeah, but I was right. There was that one moment where he was casting darkness again and leaving, and I had him in my sights. And instead of, I should have cast command, and I could have if he'd have failed it. And I could have commanded him to approach to get closer anyway.
It's okay.
Mr. DM, it is your time to shine again.
I had a lot of fun. I know I was occasionally just the voice in your heads. No one else could hear me but you all. But I had a lot of fun. I laughed a lot sitting here, clicking buttons, watching you play. I have to say that tonight has been... our numbers were fantastic. It's kind of crazy. Like all your wonderful faces have helped us. I'm excited to see what comes next. I'm hoping the ads are over soon. I can't... The thing pulled up. I can't see. Yeah, I guess the ads are over. We're gonna find a friend to raid. I know that... I think that we're off the next couple of Fridays. Next Friday is Valentine's Day, so enjoy your loved ones. And then the following, I think we have other things going on. Hopefully in the meantime, we're going to try to schedule a Read in the Weeds and see what she's doing in the Halfling Lands. That could be fun.
She could be in dead in a ditch at this point. Who knows?
No.
She is definitely alive in the ditch and trying to do some riddles or puzzles or something. And
if she's doing riddles, she wishes she's dead.
But thank you all for following, subscribing, gifts, and all the things, hanging out. We're gonna raid a friend. We usually don't stream on Saturdays, so we have a very different pool of friends that are actually live.
Nice.
Be sure to give them some love. Spam the Soliton heart in their chat. Give them all the love. Guess we'll see you next Doomsday. Thank you, Bug.
Thank you, Bug. It was amazing.
Thank you, Bug.
Tip your DM.
I'm just here.
Tip your DM. She's amazing. But we will see you next time. Thank you to all the faces that have joined us. It's a pleasure having new faces in Soliton D&D. But we'll see you next time. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Thanks for hanging out. Da 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 da. We're solid 10 D&D. We have fun rolling dice and make believe. Da 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 da. We love you. Thanks for being you. We're solid 10 D&D. We have fun rolling dice and make believe. We love you. Thanks for being you. We're solid 10 D&D. We have fun rolling dice and make believe. We love you. Thanks for being you. We're solid 10 D&D. We have fun. We have fun rolling dice and make believe. It's late, you're great. Share the solid 10 D&D love.